right onto North Morton Street.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I really was not planning on going live this morning, but after what I drew last night and thought about it for a minute, I thought that this is the time to go live because of the team that I drew, and that's USC. So USC, of course, is the Trojans.
Turn right onto
And
North Main Street.
because it's the Trojans, we all know what Trojans do, and they battle. And that's kind of the theme that I'm thinking for
In 900
of
feet,
next year.
turn left onto Circle Drive.
That's kind of one of the reasons why I decided to go ahead and go live today, was to basically talk about it, and because it's so strong in my mind about what I think 2026 is going to be. And I think the time right now is to prepare, which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of doing the dash this morning. Plus, it is a Sunday morning. So Sunday morning, usually Sundays are pretty good. So, all right, well, let's go ahead and get started. I've got a Taco Bell order with me right now. So let's go ahead and get this day started.
Right onto Lyndhurst Street.
Okay.
In a quarter mile.
Yeah, after
turn
a
left
fantastic
onto Grand
dash
Street.
last night, I thought, why not keep the momentum going by going into the next one? Because with the team that I drew and with the year that's coming up, I thought it was so fitting to just go ahead and do the dash this morning. I mean, I could have waited until Thursday, but I decided to just go ahead and do it today. We might as well start it. We might as well, talk about it, because the time is now. We really need to prepare for 2026, guys. We really do. We really need to prepare for it. Because I feel like the eye of the tiger is the theme for next year. I just really believe that it is. And
Turn left onto Graham Street. Then,
it's
600 feet,
something, it's
turn right.
just so heavily on my mind to really, discuss it, because I think that everybody should unite this New Year's and just prepare for next year. I mean, for the unknown. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen on any given day, but I just feel like so much is going to happen next year, especially after the way this year went. I just think so much is going to happen, next year, and we really need to be prepared for it, because I feel like if we're not prepared, who knows what might happen. V on pause, welcome in. TJ111, welcome in, guys. Thank you for joining. Yeah, we're doing it. I've got a Taco Bell order with me right now that I'm going to deliver to a customer. This is the USC dash. The USC is the Trojans, and what Trojans do, they battle. So, yep. Hey, Molly, welcome in. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much for joining. On this USC dash. I really was not planning on doing a dash today, because my family is, I'm going to be spending time with my family for spending the Christmas with them today, because I didn't get a chance to last week because I was at my W-2. So my daughter and grandson are coming over, and I'm going to be spending time with them this afternoon. So, but I decided that I probably should go ahead and at least start this dash, because I picked them. So I just think the time is now to to do the discussion and talk about it, because yeah, guys, I mean, I just really feel like next year is going to be the year of the unknown. And I just, with a lot of experiences that I've been through, I'd be glad to talk to everybody about how you might be able to prepare for next year, because who knows what's going to happen. I know there's a lot of reasons, why I just feel so strong about Eye of the Tiger next year. In fact, I feel so strong about it that if anyone anyone that listens to this, maybe in the future, or, some of the producers of the song, or anyone from Billboard or whatever it may be, if you are maybe listening, I would suggest, highly suggest that, just do a chubby checker and re-enter the chart next year, and try to get back to the #1 spot, because I really feel that this is, that's going to be the song. I really believe it. I just really do. And, it's not so much to bring Rocky 3 back, but it's just so much so that the song really is going to fit next year. I just really believe it. I really do. Let's see. Yeah, well, go with the flow. Yes, that's, yes, going with the flow, that's fine. But at the same time, you should have, some plans, in the, going with the flow is a thing to do. Absolutely. But with the way I feel so strong about this, I think, preparations need to be done. I just feel like if you're not prepared next year, who knows? That's what I'm saying. I just don't know why I feel so strong about it. Now, I'm going to say I'm not prophetic by any means. I'm, or psychic or anything of that nature. I would not want that gift. I would not want that gift at all. Anybody that would offer me $100 billion to do that kind of thing, no, I will turn that down because, I am not going to be responsible for somebody's future and say what their future is going to be. That's not up to me. Because just like Doc Brown said in Back to the Future 3, your future is whatever you make it. Not what someone else tells you. It's whatever you make it. That's how it is. But you also need to be, hey, Yummy Jerry, with Texas starting to get dark here in Alaska, it's still morning. You know what? It's a little after 6 in the morning here in Indiana. Yeah, that's where we're at. Okay, this is the street that I need to do this delivery. Okay.
In a quarter mile, 2548 Blackthorn Drive.
Yeah, right near at the end of the street.
USA will
all
be
right.
on the left.
But I mean, I agree, you see, you should always go with the flow because, just carry on your everyday thing. Yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, you should have plans in your head as to what to do for certain things that may happen. Because this is going to be the year of the unknown. I really believe it. I really do. What I'm saying is, I don't want everyone to think at the beginning, like when Rocky movies, he's like, he was the champion and all that, and he thought, well, Clubber Lang was just another day at the office. He didn't realize who Clubber really was. And I don't want people going into 2026 thinking that, then all of a sudden Clubber shows up and they're not prepared. I don't want to see that happen to anybody. That's one of the reasons why I feel so strong about this. Yeah. I mean, I would not generally talk about something this way if I didn't feel so strong about it. And like I said, I don't, I'm not prophetic or anything like that. I don't want that gift. All I want is to, is to let anyone know is to try to, prepare yourself for whatever might happen. I think this is the house right here. Okay. All right, I'm going to go deliver this and I'll be right back. Okay, now, all right, we're already going to our second one here. Yeah, okay, Starbucks, all right. Let's see, which one is it? Okay, it's the one down there, all right.
Drive south on Blackthorn Drive.
Okay.
Then, in a quarter mile, turn right onto Brookshire Drive.
All right. So there's our first 5. We're going to our second one here.
Then turn left.
Okay, I know how to get there. Okay. Okay. Keep up the grind. I said, yep, well, that's what it is. I had I said last night, TJ, it was so awesome last night. I could not believe how I would go in 2.5 hours and make $83. I mean, that was just amazing. And a lot of that was extra tips, and that's why I put my short out that yesterday they finally, YouTube finally picked the right spot for me to, to cut the short out, because they did the work for me. Because like I said, when you do this kind of work, there's cameras watching all around. And the best thing that I found that's very effective to get extra tips is to speak into those cameras and tell the customers how much you appreciate them ordering, and for giving you something to do to help you get the extra money, because I've found that that's very effective, and you can get extra tips that way. Ever since I started Uber, it seemed like I'm getting more tips from Uber than I am from DoorDash. And because it just shows that sometimes when you go the extra mile and you show the customer how much that you appreciate them, even though at times you don't feel like doing it, you feel like, well, it's just a job, and I don't want to do this, and and there's dashers like 2 in particular that are unhappy about not getting tips and things like that. Well, maybe they're not, maybe they didn't do what Dashing Across America taught me to do, and that's go to the even if you don't feel like it, you just you go up to the cameras and you just say, I appreciate your business. I mean, sometimes you just have to do the opposite, and if you just say it, instead of just accepting it like it is, you just say appreciate your business anyway. You never know, that customer might say, oh, well, this dasher really appreciated me. Perhaps maybe I could give a few extra dollars because they acknowledged me and they thanked me. Yeah, I just might do that. I've seen that happen, guys. Because if one dasher does it, or 2 other dashers or drivers go up and do that kind of thing, I think the more that do it, if they learn to do it, then customers are going to learn to appreciate. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to order more often. And then if you have more customers ordering more often and telling their friends, because, dashers and drivers are appreciating their customers and going the extra mile, then maybe there may be some more orders for everybody to go around. And then maybe if somebody doesn't give you a tip, or you just accept it, sometimes that's what I've had to do. Sometimes I've taken those $2 orders with no tips. Sometimes I've done that, and maybe what that does is that the DoorDash will see, the algorithm of DoorDash will see, okay, well, this driver took this stupid order, and maybe we'll reward him later on, because sometimes that's what that does. And I found that that's happened to me, and it's certainly been that way with Uber lately. I mean, I've seen like I've talked to customers and tell them appreciate their business and try to be as upbeat and compliment them in any way that I can find. It's just like during the Purdue Dash, the very last order that I had, I was talking about a young man. There was snow on the ground. He was doing because he was like, I think it was like 8 years old or something like that. He enjoyed the snow, and he was riding a sled or something like that around there. And I said to the father, I told him, I said, you might have a future Olympian in our hands. And he goes, well, you never know. And I think he probably appreciated the fact that I acknowledged that his son had a love for being outside instead of being inside, playing games, on Xbox, PlayStation, or something like that. That he wanted to, be outside. And I felt like, if we see a future Olympian, if you put something like that in a child's mind, because that's how, that's the faith that you have in them, they'll remember that. And they'll maybe say, hey, this DoorDasher came to my house and told me I'd be a future Olympian. And guess what? If it happens, guess what happens? That child is going to remember what you said, and it was your kind words and your encouragement that gave him that idea that he was that way, and it happened. All because it took an encouraging word from you. Because that's what kids need these days. They need encouraging words. Not those that say, well, you're not going to amount to anything. Because there's a lot of parents that say that to their kids these days. You know, that was said to me. But you just can't, there needs to be some more positive affirmations around. That's one of the things that we can do for 2026. Give positive affirmations. Be encouraging. Encourage one another. That's what we need to do. Stop, putting everybody down and backbiting. Be encouraging. That's what it's going to take. Encourage. Encourage one another. Say, I believe in you. I know that you can, that you're going to get it done. See, I believe you will succeed. When you put those kind words and those suggestions in people's minds, I guarantee that that's going to be remembered because it goes into their subconscious. Somebody believed in me. Somebody said I can do it. Then you go out there and you do it because somebody believed in you. And parents really need to do that with their kids these days. They need to hear that from the parents. Kids need to say, I believe in you. I love you because of you. I said, I'm not going to, make you do something because I did it. Say, I believe in you and what your mission is, what you want to accomplish. All right, I'm going to go pick this up, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah. Hey, Sally, welcome in. Yeah. Hey, guys. Right there, Sally D's Reality in Blue. There's a really good channel right there. Someone, we're talking about encouragement. There's someone who can really, really, really encourage you. Is that one right there. If you need an encouraging word, visit her channel because she, can definitely encourage you. Okay. I haven't seen that street in a long time. I'm trying to remember where that is. Yeah. Yeah, tonight we feast. Well, I don't know about that, but got a little order here. Say, yeah, brother, nobody hopes. Just come out of depression and rejecting multiple job offers that aren't your thing. Still having hope for the right ones that I love to do, but this pressure won't let me. Exactly, Tidge. Just put in your mind. You just say in your mind, okay, what is it? What do I really want to do? What's my greatest passion? Okay. And the thing is, what's going on with you is you're turning down, rejecting multiple offers. That's your thing. And, if it's not your thing, then don't fret about it. Something will come your way. You just got to keep plugging your way at it, but find out what you're most passionate about. Because if what you're most passionate about, just keep fighting for it. Don't let Apollo Creeds or, Clubber Langs or any of those types of people get in your way. You're just as tough as they are, if not tougher. You just, keep fighting away, keep plugging away, and it will happen. All right.
Drive north, then turn left onto Commerce Drive.
All right. Yep. But yeah, it's just like don't let all these expectations, if everyone has expectations, that's one thing about some parents. They have expectations on their kids, being a certain way, being like they are. Yeah. But like I was saying, when I was talking to this young man during the Purdue Dash, the very last one I had, it was an Uber Eats order. And they were already offering me a little bit. But after I said that and talked to the confirmation, I mean, so, I think that dad was really surprised and, really encouraged by the fact that I talked about his son that way. And guess what? I ended up getting an extra $15 from that customer. Yeah. It's that kind of thing, guys, that can certainly, when you're encouraging and, even when I'm doing this type of work, you do that, you'd be surprised at what might happen. Okay, that's where it is. That's what I thought. Yeah. That's why I hadn't seen that street name in a while. That's how you get there. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Yep. But TEJ, I would like for you to take Sally's name down there and say, if you ever need to be encouraged anyway, you talk to Sally. Sally has is a very encouraging word, and she's been in the teaching business, and is somebody who has a lot of knowledge and someone who can definitely give you a boost and put you in the right mood. She's one that can do that. So yeah, Sally and I, we think the same way. We both like sunrises. We both like to encourage, and I was the one that helped her get her 1K. As I was delivering to my W-2, someone for my W-2 on a different crew, it was that delivery, that I got the word that she ended up getting her 1K. And, I announced the Bill O'Reilly way that we did it live, because we did. And I'd say, yeah, sounds good. I've been in the darkness in a dark hole for years, but no more. And like I said, Sally is definitely someone you can talk to, DEJ. So Sally goes live. And when she does, I don't know if she's going live today or not, but I think she goes live more during the week than she does during the day. But if you need an encouraging word, TEJ, and I'm not here and I'm not live, please visit Sally. Please visit her, because if you need an encouraging word, maybe she could lead you in the direction to which you might be able to find the job you want. You never know, because I've always said this too. You are one person away from you're one person away from the biggest change in your life. One person. That one person can change your life. Now, like I said before, there was this one lady that I worked with that was when I was a server years ago. This one lady, she was getting discouraged. She didn't want to, really didn't want to do it anymore. She was tired of serving. But everybody kept encouraging her, said, be your jovial self like you've always been and don't stop. Well, there was this one time, there was this party that came in that had some executives, that came in for some kind of get together. And she gave, really great service, real bubbly personality. And as I was cleaning the tables, the head of the table came to her and, pulled her over. And he said, you always do a great job every time I come in here. And I see that, I kind of sense that you're underpaid by being here. I thought, would you like to interview with me and see maybe if there's something we can do about that? And I'm sure she was surprised, but she said yes. And, long story short, they had the interview. She was hired right on the spot. And after she got hired, she came back a year later. She said she was the manager of the company.
In a quarter mile, turn
yeah.
right onto
Hey, Colleen, welcome in. Yeah. You see, guys, you're one person away. That one person can change the course of your life. It's like finding your spouse. Okay, that one person changed the course of your life. Sally, she's been married to, her husband 40 years. I mean, somehow she wasn't expecting to meet him that one day that they met. I'm sure she wasn't expecting it at all. And all of a sudden, it just happened because she was at the right place at the right time. And now, over 40 years later, she's never looked back. It's because that one person changed her life. And yeah, I mean, you just don't know. Yeah, that one person. Like when I started last year, when I started the Illinois Dash last year, when I started the Big Ten last year, there was a lady that came in to that's named salty, I think, salty unavailable right now. That's what her channel is. But she came to my live. She was a different name then, but she came to my live. She didn't know if she wanted to go live, she didn't know if she wanted to go live or anything like that. But I encouraged her. I told her she'd been through some stuff. So, I gave some encouraging words to her. So she decided to go live. And so after she went live, there was one person who saw her, that believed in her, and asked her, would you like to go live with me and see maybe if I can make your channel, make your channel grow? And long story short, they did a couple of lives together, and his influence and all of those that, that were associated with him and his channel, she never looked back. Her channel just blossomed, just like that. All right, right
USA is on the right.
Okay, I'm right here to this one. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're over 12. Yes, your channel, Sally D's Reality. Yep. Yeah. That's your first step, TJ. How do you connect it? Hey, we're still going. All right, Kroger. $4.75 for 2 miles. I got to shop for 10 items. Okay, I got to shop for 10 items though, but that's okay. I won't be in there long because I know Kroger pretty well. So, yeah. Plus, they give you the names of the aisles. I can go in there and just, do a shopping order really quick in Kroger. So, I won't be that long at all, guys. But yeah, you have a show called Sunrise with Sally. Yes, TJ, please, please, please visit her channel. Please do. Because then she will lead you to others that visit her all the time. And then you become a part of a community that cares, a community that does things together. That's what I'm a part of. I'm a part of a community that does things together, that we share our stories and we share our experiences. And when we share our stories and experiences, we can encourage one another. We can, say to each other, hey, we've gone through this. If you're going through something similar, hey, this is how we got out of it. This is how we did things that we are. Because there are those that go through, depression, go through things like, they have families that don't care and like that. Just said they need people like us to help, boost them up. That's what we need. All of our little communities are entwined together into one big good called core tribe. Exactly. Because, one person can also lead to another person. Like I said, this gal that came into my Illinois live last year, her channel has blossomed just like that. All because one person believed in her because he saw her work. And he said, would you like to go live with me? And then his influence turned her channel completely around from nothing into monetization within 3 to 4 months. That's what it takes. Because like I said, one person, can lead to another. And it's these kinds of things. All it takes is encouraging words. Because this is what 2026 needs to be. Encouraging words from people. Okay. Because, if you don't use encouraging words, what are you saying to them? You're putting battle words in there. Yeah. And another channel, Colleen is also a good gift of gab. She can talk. She can discuss things. Like every family, everybody's been through stuff, guys. Everybody has. But it's going to be the encouraging words, and it's going to be it's going to be those things that we need to do to prepare for 2026. 2026, guys, it's imperative. I just really fully believe that it's the eye of the tiger year. It's going to be there's going to be some battles and some things that that are going to be going on, and we need to be prepared for them. I feel like me drawing USC at the time that I drew it was it told me, I said, instead of waiting until the first of the year, talk about it now, because get everybody prepared. As you go into sitting there, listen to Auld Lang Syne, saying in your mind, okay, here's 2026. Okay, what do I need to do? How am I going to prepare to make this year successful for me? What do I have to do, to make some preparations? I mean, one thing that I'm definitely going to say is weather. I mean, I'm hearing all the time, this is going to be the most unusual weather you've ever seen in this year. Some places are going to see more snow than they've ever seen in their entire lives. Tornadoes, things like that, and hurricanes. Prepare for those things, guys. It's better to prepare, and it never happened, than for you to not be prepared and it does happen. That's just the way you got to be. That's the way you got to be prepared. Don't let clubbers show up and you not be prepared. Don't let him, he'll be like, it's like, it was the right character who played him too. But like I was saying, don't let him show up and you be unprepared. And then all of a sudden you got nothing, all because you weren't prepared. You can't just go lackadaisical into the year and say, well, nothing can happen. Well, there were some celebrities in 2020, in this year, that found that out the hard way. They're no longer with us. So, you can't take every day and say that it's going to be the exact same, because you got to be prepared. Because I know those that are no longer with us, they weren't prepared for that day. But I'm just saying, guys, you just, you got to prepare. You just do. All right, I got to shop here for 10 items. I'll be right back. Okay, that's an automatic unassign, guys. Yep, because they were totally out of one item that really would have hurt my shopping rate. So, we got to make the call right now, and that's going to be strike one on this. That really, you know, that I'm at the very bottom of my acceptance rate right now. So my completion rate. So I've got to make some deliveries here. So in order to get my delivery rate back up. So, all right. So I got to make this call real quick. Yeah, that's not a good thing. I hate doing that, but I can't lose my shopping rate. I've got to have my shopping rate. I cannot lose it. So we have to make this call here. So we got to do that real quick. All right. Let me lock this down real fast. All right. Yeah, I hate that. I say, welcome in, everybody. I certainly appreciate it. Yeah, this is our preparation, but yeah, but I got to make this call.
And a technical foul call. I think it's on Tim Duncan sitting on the bench. Somebody on the bench for the Spurs. Yep, it's Duncan, who was unhappy with the lack of a call on the call earlier.
All right. That's the first technical because they were out of items, and I cannot hurt my shopping rate. I cannot do that. So, yeah. So that's the first one. All right. Man, that's really... Like typing videos, when you watch my videos saying you're a talker. I said, you have the gift of gab. You do. You and Colleen both. You both have the gift of gab. Yep. Oh, I hate doing that because now I'm at the very bottom of my, I'm at the very bottom of my completion rate because I had to do that. But that's the only ones that I have to do is if the merchant is out of items, especially the amount of items that they were out of here. I have to unassign the order because I cannot hurt my shopping rate because it takes forever. You have to do like 40 to 60 shopping orders in order to get that rate back. And that's too much time. I mean, if you don't have a good shopping rate, then that hurts your opportunities to get $30, $40, and $50, shopping orders like from Meijer and from, Aldi and places like that. So I couldn't do that. I mean, they were just totally out of, of 3 types of items. And if they're asking for a refund, well, that's a 3-time refund, which would knock my, refund rate, from 100% to 97%. And that's out of the shopping rate. So yeah, I had no choice. I mean, I think maybe had it only been one, I'd have been okay with that, but because it was more than one, then I had no choice but to do that. And I hate that. Hey, Cohen, you welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Appreciate all of you that are in here. Everybody in here, welcome into this program today. Yeah, we're kind of talking about it's the USC Dash. So far we only got $12. I mean, it would have been more, but I just that was only $4 too. That really was not worth me doing that. I mean, $4 to go through, to lose your shopping rate over $4 just didn't make sense. I mean, I can always make stuff up. And if for some reason, that I end up dropping a tier to gold, I've got 3 Aaron's Lucky Dog free passes that I can use to get back to and get myself, back on track again. So that's, so I've got that. So we'll just sit here and wait for some more orders here. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate that I had to do that, but, sometimes you just got to make those choices that say you don't want to hurt your rate. But anyway, that would be such a waste of time, especially when you had to cancel it to begin with. Well, but the thing is, like I said, I mean, it was one item and they wanted 3 of it. Okay. I mean, they said they didn't see that on there, and if they, and I even spent the time, I even asked associate, do you have this? They said, oh no, we don't have this. I mean, our store doesn't have it. It doesn't mean that other stores don't, but they did not carry that brand. And what would I have had to do? I would have had to give a refund. That's 1, 2, 3 refunds. 3 refunds from 100 to 97. You need 98 to stay in the program. You need 99 to stay in the program. If it was only 1, I could have been okay with it because I would have gone down to 99. But if I would have been 3, I would have been out of the program. Then I would have had to do 40 more shopping orders at 1 or 2 items in order to get back up there. I can't lose that. Yeah, I can't lose that. That's just, yeah. And also, from what I understand too, it's like, they kind of keep track of how many times that you unassign for certain things. But there's a reason why you unassign. You don't want to hurt your thing. Okay, now. Oh, wait a minute here. Hold on. I want to see this. All right. They're wanting me to go back and do that Kroger again, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to see. I normally wouldn't do this, but I'm not going to repeat that, so I'm going to decline it. Okay. I have to decline it because they wanted me to go back to that Kroger and do that again because it showed that order for that same product. No, I'm not doing that. Why are they doing that to me? I already unassigned it for that particular reason, and they want me to go and unassign it again? No. Now, you did that on purpose. That's what that was. They can't find somebody, they're going to look at that, and it was that same customer. It was that same customer. They wanted me to go and do and do that same product. I already saw it. Yeah. I'm going to tell you what, DoorDash, you do that again, you give me that same customer again, that's a double technical and that's it for you. Yep. I mean, you're lucky I don't give you one now. But that's the exception. That's the exception that I had to do. I had to decline that because I'm not, they wanted me to go through that same thing again. No. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, guys. Yeah. I mean, it's all orders accepted, but there was an exception to that. Yes, it was, it was a good offer. I mean, it was $21. I hate to turn down $21, but I had to decline that because it was that same Kroger, same person, because I looked in there to see that it was the items that they wanted, and they wanted me to go back in there and unassign it again because they wanted to drop me a tier. That's what that was. Yeah, I know the game, DoorDash. I know the game. And we're not playing that game. You get someone else to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Be his friend and supporter, then you're more than welcome to stay pure and simple. Yeah. Yeah. You little dirtbag. Yikes. I said, but the thing is, you take orders that make sense. And that's why when I saw Kroger again, I thought, I better look at this. I better see what those items, and sure enough, it was those same items that last person has. What time does sunrise here? About an hour. About an hour. Yeah. Man, I hated to turn that down. That would have been good, but no. I'm not going back to that same Kroger and doing the exact same thing because they wanted to drop me a tier. That's what that was. See, these are the kinds of things. Hey, Cash Ron, welcome in. Yeah, these are the kinds of things, guys, that you got to look at. This is what I believe is the eye of the tiger right here. You got to watch for these things that can take you down. Just like Clubber wanted to take Rocky down. It's those types of things. I saw the game. I saw what DoorDash was trying to do, and they weren't going to get away with it because there was that same customer. And no, you're not going to make me unassign that again. No, you're not going to make me unassign that again. You used to be able to do your show at 6 a.m. Yeah, well, but now we're gaining 2 minutes of sunlight a day, Sally. So, yeah, we just got to be a little patient and let it come up. But now that we're gaining 2, by the end of January, we'll probably be doing it at 7 instead of 8. So, yeah, that's what I like. Yeah. So you hate daylight time? Well, that's not until March anyway. Yeah, that's not till March. But yeah, it used to be here in Indiana when I was a kid. I mean, yeah, patience is a virtue, exactly. But I remember when I was a kid growing up. When I was a kid growing up, we never changed the clock. We were on Eastern time in the winter, and we were on Central time in the summer. We never changed our clock. Yes, it was confusing at some points for when the clock changed and all that, but that's the way it was. We never turned the clock back or forward. We were either Eastern time in the winter or we were Central time in the summer. So, but then we had a governor that came in 2006 that wanted to change that. So, yeah. See. You know what I'm saying? Every time you love daylight savings time. I'm not sure what I hate. Yeah. But we had a governor that came in and decided they wanted to change that because a lot of farmers were complaining, because Indiana, there's a lot of farmland in Indiana, and a lot of the farmers were complaining, and going to the council meetings and say, hey, because we go to Central time instead of, Eastern time in the summer, it's really hurting our business and hurting our crops and stuff. So, they just kept complaining, going to all the meetings, and finally the governor said, okay, fine, we'll push a bill to where we stay daylight savings time, for most of Indiana. And that bill passed, and now we've been on daylight saving time since. So, and there's still major debates about it. There just is. Major debates. What's the eye of the tiger, guys? This is the eye of the tiger is Rocky 3. That was it's a song that was number 1 for 6 weeks on the Billboard charts in 1982. It talks about battle. That's what it talks about. That's what the USC Trojans are. The Trojans, what do? They battle. Trojans battle. And I picked them last night after I got done with the Ohio State Dash. I picked who the next team was, and I picked the Trojans. What do is battle. I believe that there's going to be a lot of battling in 2026. And I'm not talking about necessarily physical battle. There's be mental battles, financial battles, all kinds of things. You got to be prepared for that. Yeah. I used to come to music trivia. You, if you have in front of you, really knows his music is very impressive. Yeah. And, but, that's why I say at the beginning of my, I would love for those that are the producers, for those of Billboard and those are the producers of, of that song, Eye of the Tiger by Survivor back in 1982, I believe it was number 1 for 6 weeks. And that's what Rocky 3 was based off of, was that song. The Eye of the Tiger, preparing, for the battle, and what the story of Rocky 3 is all about. You cannot go into your next battle without being prepared. Just because, you may have the championship at the moment, or, you're the number 1 contender or whatever. If you're not prepared, if you don't know who your opponent is and you're not prepared for it, then you don't know. But Rocky's trainer, he studied who that next opponent was. He studied that person. He said, you can't win, Rock. You can't win with that attitude. This guy will tear you up. Just because you had it so easy with your title. This guy is out for blood. This guy is going to take you down if you're not prepared. And I don't think you have it in you to fight this guy, because I don't think you have the heart to take him on. And he said, and Rocky kept saying, I can beat him. I said, he said, all right, we'll give you a chance. But yeah. But that's why I say, Rocky went into that fight not fully prepared, and he found out what happened. But then it came up, a former foe of his saw that and said, I said, you lost that battle because you weren't prepared. You thought you were prepared, but you weren't. You lost that battle because you thought that, just because that you had the title. I mean, we're just moving around here, guys, so I can hopefully get an order here. Because that was, I know that DoorDash is playing games right now, so we're just going to drive around to see if I can get something. But yeah, they were going to try to get me to do that, and I wasn't going to do that. But anyway, but I was just going to say that you got to be prepared for this. You just do. And that's why, preparing, that's what Trojans do. They prepare for battle, and I just feel like 2026 is going to be a year to which, you got to be prepared, because, you could be battling all kinds of things. Like I said earlier, before I went to Kroger, I said, they're saying this could be one of the most unusual winters you've ever seen in a long time. Some of them have even said that the blizzard of 78 might be this year again. They said this is, they've never seen a weather pattern like this, in years. And they've even said for everybody, I said, whether it happens or not, you should still prepare yourselves. Yeah. Stock up on salt, stock up on stuff. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, which is the truth. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And like I said, this, the weather, we had, during the first part of November, it was colder than, it was colder than it's been. And then here comes, the holiday Christmas time. It was warmer than it's ever been. You see how unusual that is? It's backwards. Yeah. And now after today, after some rain goes through, then it's going to go back to being cold again. See, when you live here in Indiana, you don't know what you get. You have no idea what you get. One day it's going to be cold. Next day it's going to be warm. Next day it's going to be cold. And it's that constant battleground, between the Miser brothers. They want to, one wants it to be cold, one wants it to be warm. And yeah, you just don't know what you get when you're in Indiana. Okay, we're going to show you the courthouse here, guys. They still got it decorated. I'll let you take a look at that here while we're waiting on an order. Usually there's some place up here that usually orders, but there isn't right now. But man, I just hated to turn that offer down, but I was not going to Kroger. Not again. So I feel, okay, there we go. Oh, we're going to Jack's. Oh, that was a good move. All right. Yep, we're going to Jack's. I don't like the 6 miles, but I will take the $9. All right.
Drive south on North Main Street.
Yep.
Then, in 800 feet, turn right onto West Jefferson Street.
Yeah. But you get a good look at the decorated courthouse right here, guys. Yep. That's what you get right here, the decorated courthouse. But no, it's like I said, though. It's, we don't know what we're up against. We also have an election year.
West Jefferson Street.
Okay. What happens during an election year? Battles, right? Between two different things. We don't talk politics on this channel, okay? So we're not going there. But I'm just using that as an example. Okay, but we do not talk politics on this channel. We don't talk politics. We don't talk religion. We don't talk about any of those things that cause division. Okay, because 2026 is going to try to cause division. That's what I'm trying to prepare us against. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to be prepared against anything that tries to cause division. And 2026 is definitely going to be a year that's going to try to cause division. Okay, yeah, come on, go ahead. Yeah. And that's why I say prepare for that. You know, this is a time to unite. Unite with your families on New Year's Eve. Okay? Because I feel like if you don't unite with your families on your New Year's Eve, there could be some issues that come up in the next year if you're not united. This is a time to forgive. I know it's very hard for some people to forgive. They say, well, I can't forgive. They hurt me so bad. There's no way I can forgive them. It's essential. You have to. You have to forgive. You just have to. I know it's hard. No matter who might have hurt you in the past, I know it's hard to forgive and that you don't want to do it. But it's really essential, because once that's off your heart, then you can live easier, and something is being set up in the background because you forgave. Well, then someone later on is going to end up forgiving you because you sowed that seed. All right, let me go pick this up, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. I worked in the salon for 38 years. We never talked politics or religion. That's right. And we don't do that on this channel. Okay. That's something that I will not discuss because we do not cause division. This is a channel, that talks about positivity and it talks about unity. That's what we are. I accept everyone from all walks of life, all religions, all nationalities, all countries, because when we do that, we can learn from one another. All right, let me go and get this. I'll be right back. All right, we're going to Whiteland. Okay, that's the 6 miles. That's all right. Yeah, we're going to Whiteland. But this is a good time, though, for channels like Sally's and Colleen's, for people who have battle in their mind, that says, they're going through something, all right, because that's where a lot of the battles happen, guys, is in your mind. Okay. If you get some things off of your mind, before you act out on them, because there's channels like Colleen's and Sally's, you can come to them, you can talk to them and say, hey, what's on your mind? Whether they can discuss something with you or someone in their chat can discuss something with you. Those who have a gift of gab, if there's something on your mind, they might be able to get that off your mind, and then whatever it is that you felt like that you wanted to act on, or whatever it is, you might be discouraged from doing that, because somebody cared and somebody listened. Because I think for the most part, there's people that do the things they do because they haven't been listened to. I just think so many people out there today, all they want is to be heard. That's all they want. Like customers in in restaurants and places, especially if there's a problem, all the customer wants is to be heard. They just want to know that you're listening to them, that you're not going to just, say, well, policy is policy and all that stuff. All the customer wants to do is be heard. Whether you can help them or not, if they know that you hear them, that's what they want. That's all they're asking for. They just want to know that you acknowledge them. They want to know that you heard them, and that you're doing your best to try to solve the situation. And if you can't solve the situation for them, maybe you might be able to find somebody who can. And if for some reason that you can't, well, at least the customer was heard and say, okay, well, maybe you couldn't help me. Okay, but at least you heard me, and maybe, I won't have this grudge against you. And, it could be that way, in schools and things like that, because, guys, where a lot of these battles and things happen, a lot of them come from schools. Because kids aren't listened to. Some kids will have issues. They say, well, so-and-so, and then, that their whatever it is overlooked or something like that. And then some kids remember that. Some kids with the battles that go on with their schools, they don't worry, be happy. Exactly. That was number one for 2 weeks in 1988 for one reason. Yeah. Exactly. Bobby McFerrin didn't write that song just for the fun of it. He wrote it because it was the truth. And he even explained, that there's too much worrying going on in the world. And he wrote that song so that, you can say, well, something happened. I said, okay, well, something happened. Okay. Instead of just sitting around and worrying about it and dwelling on it and saying that, well, I'm going to hold a grudge against somebody, all because that happened, because you just keep that in the back of your head forever and you want to punish people for years because of something that happened. You just deal with it right then and there, maybe talk to somebody about it, and then just forgive it and let it go. That's hard for people to do. There are so many people out there that just cannot forgive. And it's unfortunate because, forgiveness is essential. It just is. There's folks that did things to me that was extremely hard for me to forgive. But I had to do it. Like my former wife, for example. She did absolutely something horrible by what she did. But I forgave her more than once. But she found out later on that what she did, she sowed a horrible seed. And then I find out later on that she reaped the harvest of that seed by what she did to me. And if she ever decided that, she wanted to try things again, the answer would have been no, because, I said, you reaped what you sowed. Have a drink while driving. It's funny. Yeah, well, I don't think so, Noah. We don't do that in this town. And you don't do that in Franklin. Okay? They don't play here, Noah, in Franklin. No, they're everywhere, and they're everywhere. I don't care where you are. I said, they're parked in all kinds of parking lots. They're watching you like hawks here in this town. They don't play here in Franklin. No, they don't. Yeah. That's what I spoke about your channel yesterday. You just spoke of forgiveness and how important it is to let go of a grudge, and it makes you feel so much lighter. Yes, because you're releasing that to the one who created you, because the one who created you is the one who can handle it. Okay? And I know there's those that'll say, well, we don't, it's discussing religion and stuff. Well, not necessarily. It is and it isn't. But all I'm saying is release your forgiveness, because there's someone that can handle it. Okay? Forgiveness is so essential. It really is. Because when it's off your heart, and beyond a shadow of a doubt that you forgave that person and you let go of it, it may not happen right away, but sooner or later those feelings are just going to dissolve because you did your part. You forgave, you did your part. Now it's up to them to forgive you if it became a both ways situation. And if they have in their heart, if they don't forgive you, they're the ones that have to answer at the end, not you, because you did your part. It's releasing forgiveness. It's releasing the pressure off of you. And then you know that that seed is being sown for you because you did that. I mean, with what my former wife did to me, it was so hard for me to forgive her because of things that she did throughout that course. But I forgave her anyway. And I found out that she reaped what she sowed, more than she sowed, and later than she sowed. And she sowed destruction by doing what she did. And I've mentioned it so many times, but I'm just saying that, guys, you just got to be careful. I say it all the time. We reap what we sow, more than we sow, and later than we sow. When you sow destruction, you're going to get it in return. You're not going to like how you get it in return. It's going to come at you when you least expect it, and it's going to be worse than what you dished out. But it happens the other way too. When you give love and honor and respect, to someone, that's sowing a seed, and that's being that seed is being worked on in the background, and then you will reap the harvest of someone doing the same with you, and you're going to reap a great harvest, which is better than what you sowed. It's a spiritual law, guys. It's a spiritual law. We don't have to go into religion or anything like that. It's just a spiritual law that you cannot get away from. It's always going to be there, no matter what. Because everything we say and do is being recorded. I say this all the time. Everything we say and do is being recorded. And it's been that way since day one. You think you're getting away with something? I guarantee you, you're not. Because it's always being reported. It always is. From day one. So that's why I say, think before you do. Think before you say, think before you do. You need to unite, and unite right now. Because the unknown is 2026. And I just don't want to see anyone end up being in a destructive situation because they prepared. That's why, I'm just being kind of asked today, and the next couple of days, guys, please prepare yourselves. Just please prepare yourselves, because you don't know what's going to happen. I just don't know why I feel so strongly about this. I just don't know why.
Turn left onto Ardmore
I have
Drive.
felt so strong about this for the longest time. I believe that it was even before October that I felt strong about this. And it's not like I'm trying to scare anybody or to make anybody feel uncomfortable, because that's not it. I just want everyone to be prepared and to know that, hey, if you're prepared for this and you unite with your family and you just say, and you get this forgiveness off your mind, and do the right things and be prepared for anything, you're going to succeed in 2026.
Turn left onto Ardmore Drive.
Okay. You will come out a victor. You will come out like the second fight of Rocky and Rocky 3. You will be the one, victor, because you will be the one that has the eye of the tiger. You will be the one that says, you say you're not hitting hard enough. Because like Rocky always said in Rocky 6, it doesn't matter how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how you win. That's how winning's done. That's what he said. Yeah. And there's a lot of truth in it.
Turn left onto Ardmore Drive.
This is it here. Oh, okay. I haven't been through here yet. Okay. Takes a lot less, yeah.
In a quarter mile. Turn
Hey,
left
Mike's
onto
Adventure,
Westbrook
welcome
Drive.
in. Yeah, welcome in. Appreciate it. All right. I hardly ever go on this street. And like I said, I don't mind going, to Whiteland because it's really not that far. Yeah, guys, Mike's Adventure Sparks. I was his 500th subscriber. Yeah, I was the one that gave him his 500. Who was the Yanni? I forget who was live at the time when he did that, and I got it. Trying to think of who it was. I don't remember now. He was on somebody's live, and then I ended up being his 500. I was his 500 subscriber. See, I was the one person who helped put him over the top. Then he got like a couple more that night, but but like I said, when you're that one person who helps that person get over the threshold, then they just move. Yeah.
Parkway Street. Then 303 Parkway Street, Whiteland, Indiana 46184. USA will be on the right.
Okay, so they want me to turn here. But I guess this is an address. Okay, they want me to turn here, I guess.
303 Parkway Street,
okay.
Whiteland, Indiana 46184. USA is on the right.
Okay, so it's that address and not the next street. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right. Let's see. Only 79 days till St. Patrick's Day, your favorite holiday. I could, something, Sally, I could tell that because of the green hair that you had. I kind of feel like Sally's a St. Patrick's type of holiday. She would like that. And and I was right. I was right. And when you get to St. Patrick's Day too, when you get there, it tells you that spring is right around the corner. See, that's why I say, everybody who looks forward to spring and getting away from the winter, you just take it a little time by little time. They say first you get through January, then you get through Valentine's Day, and then you get through St. Patrick's Day. Then when you get through St. Patrick's Day, then you're come to time for Easter and all that. Yeah, and then then when you get through that, then you talk about the 500-mile race. So in that way, then spring's here, and then you're all good. So yeah. So your mom was 100% Irish. Yeah, when I saw you wearing that green hair, I said Sally's got to have Irish in her. She's got to love St. Patrick's Day. I didn't want to say anything then because I thought, well, maybe and sure enough, what you just said, yeah. I was right. I was right. Ain't nothing wrong with that though. There was this place. They're not in business anymore, but there was this place that I used to. That was called Houlihan's Restaurant. I don't know if it's around in other towns or not, but that was one restaurant that said so many days until St. Patrick's Day, and because they were big on St. Patrick's Day also. But yeah, I haven't seen, they've closed their locations here. I don't know if there's any around anywhere else, but yeah. What the heck did microphone say summer like by in winter dry eggs? What is up with the microphone? I don't know. I don't know if I was on that live or not. I mean, I've been so busy with my W-2 though, with the last couple, because if I'm at my W-2, then I can't watch anything in the morning because I come back at 6 in the morning and I have to sleep. So that's why I've been missing some of your shows, Sally, because I come home at 6 in the morning and then I have to go to sleep because I work 12 hours. So yeah, I have to show you, DJ. I'll send you a picture of the little leprechaun you met. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think Sally. I mean, I would suggest too, maybe with your upcoming lives this week, try to get everybody prepared for 2026 because, like I said, I just feel so strong about this. I just don't know why I do. I just feel so strong. That's why I said, in my life, those that are, that are executives of Billboard and those that are, the writers, producers, and all that of the song "Eye of the Tiger" by Survivor and the band members of Survivor. I would love to see them go after the Chubby Checker record, enter the charts, and go back to #1 like he did. Because I think this year, it would be essential for that to happen. I really believe that. Because if you get that in everybody's mind, that says if they could go to the Chubby Checker record and everybody sees that and they know in their minds, hey, this is the year to prepare, especially with weather and things like that. If they have in their mind, this is time to prepare, for the unknown, that song can remind them of that. Because like I said, if the stuff that I feel like that could happen this year, do not go into it. Don't let clubbers show up and you not be prepared. Just don't let it happen. Prepare yourself and get yourself ready because you just don't know. I mean, I just feel so strong about it. I just do. Because if you're the one that's prepared, then you're the one, that's the charger. You're the one that's going after. You're not defending. You're the charger. And that's that's what it's all about. Meditation music. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Something to think about, right? Isn't it? Meditation music is something to think about. Yeah. I really think, like I said, I just think, that if any song could do the Chubby Checker record and go back, is leave the charts and then go back to the #1 position like he did, the Twist went to #1 for 1 week in 1960. And then it left the chart completely off and then went back on the chart in 1962 and went up to #1 for 2 weeks. To this day, I still believe that's the only song that ever did it. Yeah. Referring to your comment? Oh, okay. Well, it can still correlate, but what I'm saying is, but I'm still saying that. Yeah. But like I said, I think if there's any song that can do what Chubby Checker did, I think this song can do it. And there's a whole bunch of them that could. But this one, I think in particular, with the way that I think this year's going to be. Did you see my comment? Let me see. I'll go back and read it. You have a plan. You've been taking weekends off the last 2 weekends, but yesterday I did show, and I knew I shouldn't, and guess what? Okay. I get it now. Yep. Well, just like today, I was not planning on going live today. Because I said the other day, I just didn't feel like, I just thought, since I'm spending time with my daughter and my grandson this afternoon, because I wasn't able to see them during Christmas because I had to work all 3 days. So I'll be spending time with them today and having our Christmas today. So, but yeah, I wasn't planning on going live today at all. You ended up passing out on your show? You did? How come? What happened, Sally? Like I said, I wasn't able to see it because I'm coming back from my W-2 and I have to sleep. That's what I hate about, being at my W-2. If I'm working from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., then I got to miss all the good stuff. I miss you being on. I miss Dean being on for like 5 seconds. Oh, man. Yeah, I miss you being on. I miss Dean being on because I'm coming back from my W-2 and I have to, and I got to sleep. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Sally. I didn't know that happened to you. Well, like I said, understand, Gigi. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying, Sally, we're all here for you. We all are. I know you've been having some issues with, with issues with health lately. And that's something, that we as a community are, want to encourage you to say that you're going to overcome this no matter what it is. Mike was the only one that noticed. Maybe that's where I got it, was from Mike. Maybe Mike, I visited there. Somebody, I'm just trying to remember where it was. I was 500 for Mike. I can't remember which one it was. But yeah, I got an order. What we got? McDonald's right up here. Okay. $4.50. It's going 3 miles. Not the greatest offer, but it's an offer. So we'll take it.
Street. US 31 right. For 1 mile.
Yep. But that's another thing too, guys. Health-wise, just like nobody was prepared for 2020. I mean, that name doesn't deserve to be discussed because in my mind, I feel it's eradicated. But nobody was prepared for that. That's why I'm saying, that was I don't know what happened there. I don't know why.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
Okay. I don't know why I lost signal there for a second. I don't know what happened. I don't know why I lost signal there. Usually the signal's really good there. Okay. All right. Let's go to McDonald's here. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I lost signal. I was telling you, DJ, you're doing a great job.
Drive east. Then,
well, thank you.
In 400 feet, turn right.
Well, and I just feel like, Sally, that, like I said, I just didn't feel like I was going live today. But for some reason, I'm not looking straight at the camera. I'm not looking inside the bag to see who I'm picking. Okay? But for some reason, I drew USC for some reason today. Because we're going into a new year, and it's correlating, knowing that the new year is going to be exactly what I've been discussing. Why did I pick USC? Why? Why did I pick USC? What are they? They're Trojans. They're battlers. Yeah. Some reason it correlated to where I need to discuss this, and I need to discuss it today before the year hits, not after. All right, let me go here, and I'll be right back. All right. Okay. And then, like I said, Sally, it's like when you need to go back to bed, but you're supporting your friend here. But anyway, Sally, but like I said, another thing too, when it comes to all these drawings that I've done, it's amazing everything that's happened. Just like I drew you and Sonny and Fran, during the end of the Wisconsin Dash. You know, your sunrise, Sunny is the sun in the middle, and Fran is Fran-Phoenix. You can't make that up. I drew all three of you just like that. You know. And then the dash, the Nebraska dash, the winners there, Jay Twist and Mel, husband and wife. Yeah. I mean, how did I know I was going to draw them? How did I know I was going to do that? I didn't. You can't make that stuff up. Yeah. See, Jim was going to draw you. I said, well, Jim, first of all, you got to be a member of the channel to do that. And second, I have to do a dirty stack, which means I have to do an Uber Eats and a 2026. Who's that, Jim? Oh, okay. You send something. All right, Jim. All right. We'll send you okay. We will send you we'll give you music for that. Oh, I know where that is. That's way down there. That's all right. I can get there. All right, here you go, Jim. Thank you for that. We play the Goldie song here. All right. We played a motivational song. All right. Yeah, we play this every time. You know, there's anything that's given, gift membership. You know, somebody that joins the channel as a member. This is the song that's played as a thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much there. All right. Now we're going to find out where we're going here.
Drive northwest, then turn right onto North Morton Street.
Okay, I'm going a different way here. I think it's this way I'm supposed to go. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see what it says. Yep. Okay. I think I'm supposed to go this way. Yep.
Continue for 1.5 miles.
Yeah, that's what I thought, going into that. Okay, well, at least they got the entrance open to that anyway. Yeah. But yeah, Jim, in order to be drawn, you got to be a member of the channel. And we draw during Dirty Stacks. And then we will also draw whoever wins the contest, because there's two contests. There's the battle between the cats and, you know, of the teams that are with the cats, and also the overall team winner of the conference. So that'll be a lot later after the playoffs and all that. So, but if you become a member of the channel and, you know, then we have drawings for Dirty Stacks. Your name might be drawn, and if you're drawn, then you win $25. So, and we've had a lot of Dirty Stacks this time. We didn't have one in the Ohio State Dash, though. We didn't have one there. We could have had one, but it was just one opportunity, and I had to turn it down because there was just no way that I was going to be able to, you know, to do both of those orders at the same time, because I was on a stack order on DoorDash, and then the other one was going away from where it was I was going on those, you know, on that other order. So there was no way I could do it. So that was like, there were two dashes I have not done a Dirty Stack on. That dash and the Oregon dash were dashes I did not do a Dirty Stack on. The other ones I have, though. So, but that's how you do it. Okay. All right. At least I can enter this street here, because before I couldn't.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Franklin Lakes Boulevard.
Boy, I'll be so glad when they get this done. They've been doing this for the longest time, going through this maze, because that's what it is. They've been working on this forever. Okay, now you're ready to turn down here. Trying to find out where the entrance is that they have you turn.
Turn right onto Franklin Lakes Boulevard.
Okay. They finally have this open, because they had this closed for the longest time where you couldn't go in there.
Continue for a half mile.
You're disabled and can't afford to join any channels, or try to start a channel 3 years now and still have any subscribers. I'm just going to do silly things and have fun with the channel. Well, do your passion, Jim. Whatever it is that you want to do, sometimes what you're most passionate about, there's going to be someone that's going to be watching, and then your channel just might blossom. All it takes is that one person. All it takes is that one person. I mean, look at Sally, for example. Sally might be the one that gets you there. As fun-loving and joyful as she is. Okay, this, no, keep going. All right, yeah. But Jim, you know what? Someone could purchase a gift membership for you. Yeah, if you subscribe to the channel, someone can purchase a gift membership, and then you'll show up in green, and then you'll automatically be entered then. So yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not about, I mean, there are those that became members that were gift members. Someone from the channel decided to do a gift membership for 30 days. And if you're a membership because of a gift member, you're still in the running for,
turn left onto Lakeshore Road.
For drawings, because your name will be in green when you show up. But if you're looking to start a channel, Jim, don't be discouraged, because you just never know. All you got to do is hook up with the right people and form a community like the community that I'm in right now. And, it can happen. And then, all of a sudden, what you think a channel that's nothing, just like Salty Unavailable did. She was determined. She didn't know if she wanted to start a channel or not. And Colleen, who's also, I don't know if she's here now, but she also was determined whether whether to start a channel. And there was one person who encouraged her to do it. That was JRD. And what happened to Colleen? She hasn't looked back. She's got a fantastic channel now, all because there were people who believed in her. And someone's going to believe in you, Jim. And when they believe in you, then your channel is going to thrive, because you found the right person to help grow it. So anything can happen. So, and if there's silly things you want to do, yeah. People love karaoke.
77 Orion Drive, Franklin, Indiana 46131. USA is on the left.
You're talking about karaoke. There's a channel that's big on that. The Stardashians, another great channel. Okay, well, we're right here on this one. All right. I believe this is the one I'm supposed to go to. Is what it's saying. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Yep, you're praying. All right, Jim. Well, that's a good start. Okay. There's a saying also, Jim. Do what you love, and the money will follow. Do what you love, and the money will follow. I've heard that. I've heard that in a couple of different places. Do what you love, and the money will follow. I mean, if there's some kind, if karaoke is your thing, there's going to be those that are, that will encourage you to do karaoke. Another channel that also is into karaoke, Nieces. Okay, at Nieces, Neicees. She's big on karaoke. Okay, because she did karaoke on her channel before, she hadn't been doing it for a while, because she's kind of been laying low. But she did karaoke on her channel. Okay, you want to do 80s metal. I said was in a band but couldn't deal with the fighting, so you left. Okay, well, like I said, Jim, I mean, it may be something that you do on your own. If there's something that you do on your own, and then somebody might look at you and they say, hey, you see this Jim, he's got a great channel here. Hey, I just might listen to him. Maybe I might help him. Maybe I could I could collaborate with him. We could do some kind of thing together. You just don't know, Jim. The sky's the limit. That was the Northwestern Dash. The sky's the limit. Okay? If you have something on your mind that you really believe that you can do, take the song from Space Jam, I believe I can fly. I believe in myself. I believe that I can accomplish anything that I want. If there's something I'm so passionate about that I really believe I can get it done, all I got to do is find the right people. If I find the right people, then those people are going to help my channel grow. Just like what happened with Colleen, just like what happened with Salty Unavailable. They found the right people. That one person saw their passion, that say, hey, would you like to, go live with me and we can discuss it? And then they never look back. All because one person believed in what that other person wanted to do. Yep. That's all it takes, Jim. You're going to find that one person that's passionate with what you are. If you stick with our community, okay, especially one who has a lot of subscribers, like Mary's Gigs, for example. She's got a ton of subscribers, and there are some that like metal stuff. I said, all you got to do is visit some channels and and say what it is that you like to do. Say, hey, I'm Jim. I'm passionate about this. Is there anybody that's passionate about that? They say, somebody will come on there and say, yeah, Jim. You know what? If you're passionate about that, hey, I like that too. And they'll encourage you to say, hey, maybe you can visit my channel. Maybe we can talk, and maybe we might be able to have, then you never know. You never know. And Jim, if you remember this day, you can say, hey, that big 3-dash, and, he gave me encouragement and said that I can do it. Yeah. All right, Jack's Donuts, $5 for 2 miles. All right, I'll do that, but I've got to go all the way up here and turn around.
Southeast on US 31.
Okay, I don't want to hear you talking while I'm doing this, because I got to drive all the way up here before I can do a U-turn. But yep. But like I said, if Colleen and Salty Unavailable can do it, Jim, you can do it too. You can do it too. You just got to find the right person. Sally can help you. Any of those that come in that are in blue, they can help you. Anyone in the chat, if someone's passionate about what you're passionate about, talk to Jim, guys. Jim's passionate about metal music. There's those that are that love that kind of thing. Like I said, anybody, if you're passionate about something, do what you love, and the money will follow. And guess what, guys? We got sunrise coming up here, and it's starting to look good. This is what I love about the mornings. Me and Sally, both. Yep. Yeah. Hey, this man, welcome in. So having a good morning. It's okay. So far. I figured I could do better. I had, I had an order, and I kind of had to bend the rules a little bit for the fact that, I had to turn, that I had to, decline an order, but I had a specific reason as to why I did it, because there was a game that DoorDash was trying to play, and I wasn't going to fall for it, because, it's almost like, well, here, let's give it to him again so he can drop a tear. No, thank you. No. It's all orders accepted, but I had to do that. It's funny getting mad because I'm a Christian and Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and they judge me. I remind them God's the only judge. Right, exactly. Exactly, Jim. Like I said, there's choices that we make, choices that we live with. But I know that you're going to find somebody, Jim, and I know that you will. There's going to be somebody who's going to be passionate about what you are. And like I said, you just start a channel, you just do what you love, and just start with something like make a, little video or whatever it is. Just introduce yourself to everyone. Visit our chats, those that are in there, like Sally, visit her. You'll find somebody in there, and then there's others. There'll be other channels that are being blue on her channel, just like those that are on mine. And, you can visit them. And then, somebody, either them or somebody in their chat is going to be interested in what you're in and say, hey, let's give this Jim a try here. Let's go to his channel and see. And then guess what? You're never going to look back. All it takes is that one person. You are one person away from the biggest change in your life. One person. Because that one person can lead to another person. The fixed didn't write one thing leads to another, one thing leads to another for nothing. Okay. They didn't think that song was going to get anywhere, but it's the truth. It was a top 40 hit, but it didn't get, extremely high, but it still was good enough to at least get on the air. Yeah. It's not the music, it's what we do with the music. Right. You can only do 3-minute videos. Well, 3-minute video, I mean, whatever it is, Jim, whatever it takes. 3-minute videos, if all you do is shorts, if that's what it is, there are people, I mean, you just create the right short, you can get a whole bunch of views for it. All it takes is what you're passionate about, and you can, there'll be those that'll help you out, that can tell you how to do shorts. And just keep looking around, look at the community that we're a part of, and you just never know. Just take it from the Northwestern Dash. The sky's the limit. It really is. If you're really passionate about something, the sky's the limit. Don't let anything stand in your way. Yeah, until you get enough subscribers, they will come. I guarantee you, they will come. And but the one thing that you don't want to do, though, Jim, is beg for them. Don't beg for them. They will come. All you got to do is just go visit, some channels, and say what you're passionate about, and then all you got to do, just be encouraging, and then that will encourage them to come and visit you. And then when they do, then your subscribers will come. And then you'll be able to put those in blue that will be monitored, that will be your monitors. And then when you have monitors, then, other monitors will join, and so on and so forth. And then you will be able to, then your channel will just start thriving. It doesn't happen overnight. Okay. It's like a little seed sown. It doesn't happen overnight, because it didn't happen overnight with me. It took me 18 months to get monetized. 18 months. Okay. But I was okay with it, because I just went little by little, just step by step, because that's what's taught. If you do things step by step, you'll get there faster than if you just ramrod your way there. All right, let me go to Jack's here. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. I'm delivering it to a business that's not open yet. Okay. And so I guess I don't, because it's been 3 years, but I will have to learn how to do the membership thing, but hopefully it will happen. I said, yep, there will be those that'll guide you step by step. You visit me enough, Jim. I said, I'll try to help you as much as I can. And then those that come in my channel that are in blue, they will help you too. Okay. Because it takes, what it takes, things go by numbers. It's all about the numbers right now. That's what it is. Okay. Because it's always, and it's been said too, that, the one thing that you will always be known for is not your name, but your number. Just like, at your job, you're known by your number, not your name. Okay. It's a numbers game. It always has been. That's the way things work. See, where are you at? It looks the same. I said, this is Franklin, Indiana. This is where we're at. We're in Franklin, Indiana. This is, I usually do pretty good here on Sunday mornings. I mean, it's kind of a little mediocre right now. I mean, it's only 8 o'clock, but still, and I've been doing it for 2 hours. But, yeah, it's, I'm about right at my average right now. But, I mean, I had to turn down an offer I didn't want to turn down. And usually I'm not supposed to turn it down, but because of the circumstances, surrounding the part where I had to turn it down, I didn't have a choice. So all right, so we're going to you're in Richmond, Indiana? Oh, okay, you're not that far from me. I know how to get to Richmond. All right. Yeah, you're real close to Ohio. So, and speaking of which, I did the Ohio State Dash yesterday. So I had made $83 within in that Ohio State Dash. I made $83 in 2.5 hours. I don't know how I did, but it was mostly because of the tips that I made, and that's what it is. I mean, especially on Uber, I've been making more in the way of tips because of how I go up, to the customer's house, especially if it's a leave it at the door, and I tell them how much I appreciate their business because their Ring cameras pick it up, or cameras that are on their house or whatever, because there's cameras everywhere now. And you just go and say, hey, I appreciate your business. Thank you for your business, or however it is that you want to say it. If the customer knows that you acknowledge it and you say it in a pleasant voice, in a voice that's encouraging, the customers will remember that. And then, if they decide that they want to, give an extra tip because of that little effort that you put into it, that's what they do. And that's especially what happened to me. I got a $15 extra tip in the Purdue Dash, that, all because I said something to a young man who I thought maybe if he was passionate about, snowboarding, do all those kinds of things when there was snow on the ground, then, if he's passionate about doing that kind of thing instead of sitting on a couch playing video games, if he's passionate about, his health, and also maybe wanting to get out there and represent our country doing something that he loved, which was snowboarding or sledding or whatever the case may be, there's stuff in the Olympics that do that. And if he, I feel like there might be a time that he, could be a Winter Olympian and be a gold medalist. And the dad picked up on that and said, man, this guy really thinks that much of my son. Yeah. Hey, soldiers, taking you now. We're dropping this order off at this, at this Marshall's right here. That's where they want the order dropped off. So I'm just going to park right here and walk up there. I know they're not open, but let's see. Yeah, they need a pin. I need a pin. So what I got to do is I got to let them know that I'm here. They're going to have to give me a pin. It looks like a lady is walking up to the door right now. All right, I'll be right back.
To your pickup at Lowe's.
All right. Instead of waiting around for DoorDash, I decided, I got
to your pickup at Lowe's of Franklin in.
Okay, that one I'm not going to do. So Uber, I'm not going to do that one, but I will do this one. I'm going to Whiteland. I'm not going to Indianapolis, so you can forget that. Okay. But yeah. So I've got a $3 order here. It's not a very good order, but I want to get, I'm going to incorporate, Uber into this, guys, so I can show you I can do that. I'm doing an Uber order here. So, okay. So I'm going to Lowe's to pick up something that I got to take to Whiteland. I mean, it's not a very good order, but I got to do something a little bit different because I don't really show too many
Just ahead, turn left
Ubers.
on Mallory Parkway.
Yeah, that's exactly where I want to go. All right. Are you a taxi driver? No, I'm a delivery driver. I do DoorDash and Uber Eats. Delivery driver, we do, I deliver food and groceries. Yeah, food and groceries. That's what I do.
Turn left on Mallory Parkway, then turn left on North Morden Street.
Now, there's those that do rideshare, like Tornado Garden, for example, another great channel that you could visit one time. It's like a taxi service, only it's called Uber. It's called Uber Rideshare or Lyft Rideshare. So either one of those. So but he does that. I don't. I just do food and delivery. Well, that's kind of groceries for me, the older ones who can't walk. Well, for anybody that doesn't have time to shop. It doesn't matter. If anyone who doesn't have time to shop, they can ask us to shop for them. So, and DoorDash has what they call shop and deliver. And that's what Walmart's known for, is Spark deliveries. I don't have Spark, at least not yet. I mean, I still have yet to hear from them, but I don't have Spark yet. So, but yeah, that's what that's all about. That's what it is. It's food and grocery delivery. That's what I do. So, yeah. But, anymore, for some people, it's just convenient. If they can't get out or they don't feel like getting out, they pay us to go and shop for them and deliver for them. Or if they don't feel like they can go out and get food, or if they got some things that they got to, take care of, or they just don't have time, they pay us to go and, and pick up food for them and deliver it to them. It's a convenience thing now. It's not just for pizza anymore. It's for basically anything. Food and groceries. That's what DoorDash is. That's what Uber Eats is. I don't have it, but that's what Grubhub is also. And then the others are basically, groceries and product deliveries. Spark, Shipt.
In a half-mile, turn right.
There's also catering apps too. So yeah. What if the grocery comes in bad condition? You don't accept it. You just tell the customer, say, hey, this item is, is not good. Is not good. And you let support know. There's a button that says this is this item is not recommended to be given. They pick bad fruits or vegetables. They do. Yeah, they're not supposed to. Yeah, because on DoorDash it tells you, I said, is this product good? Because if it isn't, then there's a button that says, the store has the item, but the item is of bad quality. Now, they don't penalize you for that, because if all the store has is bad quality product, then you have the right to refuse it because you're representing the customer. You have the right to refuse it, and if you then you just take a picture of it and you send it to support, hey, I do not agree sending this to the customer. Then you have that as a backup, and then support says, yes, that is not good quality. You have the right to turn that down. So, all right. So Lowe's is right here. Okay.
Turn right.
I usually don't take Lowe's offers, but just to do Uber, I'm going to do it. Okay. Because
Turn right, then pick up on the left.
Yep. All right, we're here at Lowe's. Let's see what heavy stuff they got. I said, you went to pay your homage to Dean this morning? Oh, that's awesome. Lowe's is, is basically a hardware place. Hardware, lumber, stuff like that. That's what Lowe's is. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Do I have to go to the will call? Yeah, okay, I got to go to the will call. All right, be right back. Well, I don't have anything, don't have anything heavy. These are all real light. Yeah. That's all right. I'm not worried about that, Sultrus. I'm not worried about that at all. I can back up and get out of here. All right.
Head to your drop-off at 439 East Main Street.
That's all right. I don't mind going to Whiteland. I know it's $3, but it's not that bad. I just want to show, just want to do something different and show an Uber offer here. So, because Uber's a part of this now. So.
Turn left, then turn right.
Why do I want to turn left? There's no reason for me to turn left. Because see, if I'm going and deliver this and I've got, so you can help people with well, sure you can. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and go. You're already going. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can do, anything. This is basically for, for anyone. If you just don't have time, or, you're in a position where you can't, do something for yourself, this is what they pay us to do. To go pick up the orders and deliver them. That's what we do.
Turn left on Commerce Drive.
Sometimes it sounds that way, Zilter. Sometimes there's two different voices. Yeah, like you'll hear one voice, and then you get someplace, and then you'll hear another voice. I don't know why they do that, but yeah.
Using the right lane, turn right on North Morden Street, and then merge left one lane.
It's all AI stuff. That's all it is. I'm only 5 minutes away, so as soon as I get up there, I'll turn DoorDash on. Maybe we might get a dirty stack. I don't know. Possibly. Because if the DoorDash, if I get up here and the DoorDash sounds just before I do the delivery, it counts as a dirty stack. So. See. Sashwani Harma, yeah, welcome in. I didn't see your name up there. Yeah, welcome in. When I'm doing this, like I'm driving, sometimes it's hard for me to see the names, but welcome in. I really appreciate you all joining. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're doing, I'm doing an out of the ordinary Uber Eats offer here. It's $3, but at least it's, something to kind of break the DoorDash ice a little bit. And just do an Uber for a change. Why not? Because Uber's a part of this now. So it's $3. And then I'll just turn DoorDash back on. Because it's rare when I get Uber offers here. But a lot of your Uber offers are going to be Lowe's and stuff like that here. But when I go back to Shelbyville, which I will later on, then Uber's, then there's more Uber offers there. But if I can accept some Uber offers here doing this, then yeah. Now they tried to get me another offer that went to Indianapolis, 16 miles. I don't think so, and that was only for $5. Yeah, there's no way I was going to do that. I'm not going to Indianapolis for $6. I won't even go to Indianapolis for $16 or even $26. If I'm going to go in Indianapolis, you got to pay me at least $40.
2 miles, turn right on Main Street.
I'm not doing that. That's too far from here. You got to pay me a lot of miles to go back up here, because you got to pay me for the drive up there and the drive back. But yeah, it's just good to do an Uber offer, just for a change, just to do something different. Yeah. So you can see what delivering for Uber is like just as much as delivering for DoorDash. Just give DoorDash a little break. Maybe when I come back, they'll give me a nice Meyer offer. That'd be good. They tried to get me one earlier, but when they connected it with something else that I knew was not going to be good for me, which I know was done on purpose, I said, nope, I'm not going to do it. Yeah. Hey, Diesel, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we're starting out a little mediocre, but I'm sure it can pick up. I mean, especially with the way night dashes have been, anything can happen at night, because I'll certainly would after last night, for a Saturday night. I mean, that's in 2.5 hours, I, did pretty good. So, well, anyway, we'll just see what happens here. I still got says I got another mile to go. Now, somebody said up here, what we got? I am not going to Indianapolis, Uber. It's not going to happen. You're not going to send me there.
In a half-mile, turn right on Main Street using the right lane.
Yeah. I'm not going there, Uber. Sorry. Yeah. You're offering me $7 to go 21 miles. That's not happening. I'm not getting paid 30 cents a mile to deliver. It's not worth it. You can do better than that. Yeah. I mean, it's good to get offers, but not for that. You want me to go to Indianapolis? It's not happening.
Turn right on Main Street.
This is Whiteland Road. This is Whiteland Road. This is not Main Street. Well, I don't know what you're saying. Low ballers woke up early. I say, hey, Mr. Funkadelic, welcome in. Yeah.
In a quarter-mile, drop off.
Okay, it's going to be on the right-hand side, I believe. So I'll have to pull in a street somewhere. Could be for a business.
Drop off.
Right here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, not that bad. All right, guys. Be right back. Hey, there's Queen. There's Princess. Hey, welcome in, guys. Yeah. All right. Let me go drop this off. I'll be right back. Okay, I guess we're gonna, I didn't get a DoorDash, but I did get another Uber, and we're staying in Whiteland, okay? I mean, it's okay, it's less than 5 miles, but I gotta drive to a McDonald's to go pick McDonald's right out of Whiteland, and then I go to, then I come back this way to deliver to Whiteland, and then maybe by that time we'll get a DoorDash, so...
In
okay.
a quarter-mile, turn right on North US Highway 31 using the right lane.
So where I'm picking this McDonald's up, it will be in the Worthville area. So that's where I'll be picking it up, is in the Worthville area. So, but it'll be okay.
Turn right on North US Highway 31.
Okay. Yeah, we're going up here to Worthville, which it should be right left, should be the one up here, and then I'm coming straight back to coming straight back here through Whiteland. So it's good. 2 Uber orders here, $3, and now this one here is like 5.
2 miles, turn left on Declaration Drive.
Okay. See, Nels, how was your Christmas? Yeah, speaking of which, guys, I mean, later this week, I will start distributing, the winnings later this week. Yeah, I still haven't got my money from YouTube yet. I am going to get a pretty big check from my W-2 because I was paid double time for the days that I worked. So I will start distributing those this week. So, yeah. And like I said, they will be done in the order in which they were won. So if you don't get yours right away, it will be because there are others that got that won before you did. So that's how they usually do things in the business world. That's how it'll be today. But yeah, including you, Mel, you and Jay especially. I'll make sure that that you guys will get yours sometime this week. I'll get with you and to figure out how we're going to do that. Since you guys aren't monetized, we'll see. I'll get with you on that as to how we're going to do it. So, yeah. Especially after what Jay's going through right now, which is an absolute tragedy at the time that it happened. I mean, it's a tragedy enough anyway, but at the time that it happened, even more so. And I'm really sorry that he had to deal with it. I mean, I know exactly what it's like to lose a parent. I mean, I lost both of my parents when I was 15 and 24 respectively. So I know exactly what it's like. I mean, and a lot of them too, and a lot of men are close to their moms. I mean, some of them are, and he was probably close to his. And I mean, it's not a horrible thing. I mean, your parent is supposed to be your biggest cheerleader. Your parent is supposed to be the one to be the most encouraging. And I mean, it's rough. And I cannot imagine what he's going through right now. Yeah. I mean, that's a battle in itself. I mean, going through all that grief of losing somebody really important in his life. And, I know exactly what that's like. Because once my mom passed away in 1991, I didn't have anybody left. All of my family basically was gone because I was the only child. So, all them, my grandparents, everybody, once my mom passed in 91, that was it. I had no family left until my daughter. Yeah. Until my daughter came in 94, I had no family. None. I was basically by myself. I was like, okay, so, what do I do now? I have no family left. What do I do? And, it was from there, but then all of a sudden I met my mom, it's all of a sudden, then, I met my daughter's mom, and then we decided to have my daughter. And like I said, I mean, my daughter is my, it's one of my greatest treasures, and my grandson too. I'm going to be spending time with them today. Hopefully I'll be able to get a picture of the three of us so that I can put it in a post and you guys can see who they are. I mean, they're both camera shy, so I don't think that they want to, maybe appear on camera or anything, but they will take a picture with me, so I'll be able to post that later today so you can see who they are and see the three of us together, because you haven't seen a picture of them yet. Okay, I'm going to go in here and pick up this order, guys, and I shall return. Okay, type in the number here. I want the order number, so we'll do that real quick. Okay. Yes, you have the correct order. All right.
Head to your drop-off at 114 Brentwood Lane.
Okay, so we're going back towards Whiteland, which is a good thing, because I don't want to be anywhere near Greenwood. Greenwood is not exactly the greatest place to dash. I mean, you know, there's restaurants here and everything, but in this area here is lots of apartments. And a lot of the apartments, you'll be climbing bunches of stairs. And yeah, and there's some neighborhoods here that aren't the best. So that's why I try to steer clear away from here, but it's okay. You know, I'm glad that I'm going to Whiteland.
Turn left on Declaration Drive, then turn right on US Highway 31
Pontiac
South.
Aztec really crossing in front of you. Okay. I'll tell you what, Pontiacs there, I owned a Pontiac once, a Pontiac Vibe. Love that car. Oh, I absolutely love that car. Yeah. And I was driving that car, you know, when the deer took it out a few years ago. Yep. Oh, I hated that. I just love that car. Nice and small, good gas mileage, and the deer took it out. But, you know, I got a good one now, so it's not like it is, you know, not a total loss. But I mean, I just absolutely love that car. I really did. It was a great car. Yeah. I just love the gas mileage in it. I love the fact that, you know, it felt, you know, it wasn't too small and it wasn't too big or anything. It was like right in the middle. I mean, it was a really nice car to drive. I loved it. I absolutely loved that car. So sorry, Mills. I got mom until she was 68, and God knows I miss her every single day. Prayers for you too. I said, yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, especially, you know, around the time when the holidays are coming. I mean, you talk about a really awful time, like the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, that's just, yeah. I just feel so, you know, I just feel for him. I really do. I mean, you know, that it's
in a half-mile turn right on Tracy Road.
I mean, it's almost like a double whammy. That's what it feels like. I mean, I can't imagine what he's going through right now. I just can't. I mean, I really can't. 83 years old, man. Yeah, my dad was 56 and my mom was 64 when they passed, but they did not take care of themselves. So, okay, so I'm going to turn here, I believe. Is that what you're telling me? Yep, all right.
Turn right on Tracy Road.
Yep. But when I saw that on Discord, though, Mel, I was like, you have got to be kidding.
Turn right on Warwick Road.
Yeah. You got to be kidding me. How, I mean, you lose, you know, one of the most important people of your life the day before Christmas.
Turn right on Warwick Road.
Like, man, I can't imagine. Then he had to deal with his car too, and all that. I mean, he's been through some stuff this year.
Left on Brentwood Lane.
Yeah, and a lot of people have. You're going to try and visit your grandparents this coming year. I said, well, it'd be a good idea, Queen. I mean, you know, like I said, I feel like unity is going to be essential this year. Let's see. Yeah, okay. See, the way this GPS is and the other GPS for DoorDash, they just look so different. And sometimes when you look at the GPS here, it can confuse you if you're really not paying attention. Yeah. Welcome in, all of you guys, for the 102. Yeah, for those of you that are just here, this is the USC Dash.
Turn left on Brentwood Lane.
Yep, preparation for the upcoming year. Some people had a really rough year this year, but next year, I'm telling everybody, you got to be prepared. You just have to.
In a quarter-mile drop off.
You got to. like I said, I'm not prophetic by any means or psychic or anything like that. I would not want that gift. I just feel so strongly. It's like the vibes. I'm just feeling so strongly about, about this year. And I picked USC last night, I guess, for this particular reason, because maybe it's correlating. Maybe it's saying, you know what, hey, let's prepare, guys. Let's prepare for the unknown. Don't let the unknown, take you down if you're not prepared for it. So, yeah, don't let clubbers show up and you not be prepared.
Drop off.
Okay, it's not this one. Is it this yellow house? What is it? Yep, right here. Okay. Have I had this house before? No, I don't think so. I don't remember that. Okay. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay. That's the thing. You got to wait for the customer to get there so you can get a PIN number. Let's see. Future, you need to go see your grandparents. Make it a priority this year. So even Sally knows. I think Sally might be picking up on what I'm picking up. It's not like I want anyone to. It's not that. It's just I just think it's essential. Unity is going to be a big thing. If you're at odds with someone, make amends with them. Do what you can, especially if it's family. Make amends. Apologize if you have to. I mean, even if you feel like you're not wrong, take that extra step and get with unity on that, guys. I mean, sometimes if we feel we're not wrong, if we take that first step and we apologize and we forgive for whatever it may be, sometimes what it takes to get ourselves to say, if you take that part off of you, that grudge is going to go away. And when that grudge goes away, then you're going to feel better about yourself because you did that part that said, okay, I let it go. So now I feel better. If that other person, it's up to the other person now. If they want to, if they want to forgive, then they can. If they don't, well, that's on them. Okay. I did my part, and I know sooner or later they're going to come around because, that's going to be, because that seed, because you sowed that seed is going to be nurtured. Okay. And then something is going to be, there's going to be a message, it's going to inadvertent message that's going to that person that say, hey, they forgave you. What is stopping you from forgiving them? What's stopping you? What's holding you back? Yeah. This year your son will finally come around. It's been 6 years, but you've been patient. I said, yeah, especially when it comes to kids. Yeah. I mean, some kids, there's kids that can't wait to leave their home. They say, especially when they're teenagers, they said, my parents don't know anything. I can get along without them. I know more than they do. I said, I can't wait to leave home. And it's like, yeah. And then some of them resent their parents for whatever the case may be. But I guarantee you there's going to be a day, to where they're going to eat their words. And they're going to say, man, I need somebody to talk to. And the only person that I really feel that I can talk to if I don't have a best friend around is the one who created me. And maybe, I was wrong because of what I said or how I felt. And, I've seen that happen, guys. I've seen that happen. And, there's been stories about that too, about how, parents and kids, became estranged. And, then something happened and it brought them together again. I've seen that, and I want to see it happen. Hey, Rainier off, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah, welcome in, guys. We're having here today. We just got through dropping off 2 Uber Eats orders today, so that was $8 for that. So now we got DoorDash back on. So when we get back there, maybe we'll get some DoorDash orders. I'll be passing by Meijer. Maybe I'll get a good Meijer order because I kept my shopping rate. All because I had to turn down an order that I really didn't want to turn down. I mean, it kind of bent the rules a little bit, but because of what I saw in the shopping order, because I was afraid that I was going to have to repeat something that I didn't want to repeat that was really going to hurt me. And so I thought, you know what? I'm not going to do that. So, yeah. Well, some people, I've gotten some stuff. I got to play the music here. Yeah, I've got, somebody gave me some jewels that I did not see. I apologize for that, guys. I got to get the music playing for that. Oh, come on now. All right, there we go. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that real quick. Yeah, I saw all those jewels. Yeah. Let me go ahead and play that. Thanks. I appreciate all those that gave me jewels. There we go. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. What do the jewels do? It's like, it's like money. They spend money, to buy jewels, or sometimes YouTube will give them jewels if they become members of the channel. And the members of the channel will be able to send you jewels, which is almost like sending dollars, just in a different way. It's just a fun way that YouTube made to do that. Hey, Gregory, welcome in. Yeah. All right. All right, let's get back to town here. So right now we're at, let's see, got some indie gig life action going over there. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have an order in that place. There's some indie gig life action going there. There's like 6 police cars over there. Yeah, so it's not actually, it is, just in a different form. You don't know much about all this. Yeah, well, once you get your monetized, it'll be all explained to you. Once you sign the forms and all those things to get monetized, all that's explained to you. They'll even give you tutorials on how to set your things up, what they mean, and that's all explained. I mean, yes, you might have to watch some boring things, but it explains everything to you, and then you'll be able to you'll be able to, it'll tell you exactly how you, how you earn everything on being monetized. So yeah, it takes a little bit, but but it's all worth it at the end. You learn everything, and then you're able to see, what others do to help you out and everything. And yeah, that's how that is. So, but right now we're at $39. I know it's not great, but I need $6 just to get my average. And this is Sunday morning now. This is Sunday morning, kind of a little bit unusual. But we're getting close to the holiday here, and into the next holiday, and there could be some people still out of town. I mean, who knows? It just depends on what kind of job you have, where you could take 2 weeks off because of the way that the holidays on the days that they fell. And there are those, they get paid for, like me, double time working on holidays. Only New Year's I don't have to work, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing the dashes that I'm doing. I'm doing a special dash Wednesday night to close out 2025. But that will be, that will be a live stream only. It will be deleted afterwards. So, I will not, there'll probably be some music and stuff that I will play on that, which is one of the reasons why I will not, I will not save the live stream, that it will be deleted immediately afterward. So, to try to avoid repercussions and things from YouTube saying, hey, you shouldn't do this and all that. But I'm just want to be able to have my own type of New Year's Eve dash, thanking everybody for me getting monetized this year, mostly because of Fran Dash Phoenix. I got monetized on that dash off I did with her, Arizona State versus Indiana. So, I'll always remember that. So, like I said, it's that one person, that helps you cross the threshold. And it's because I sowed the seed to help others get there, and then I reaped the harvest when I did it with Fran. So that's what it takes, guys. I mean, it's it's sowing and time and harvest. That's what it is. All right, I'm here, DoorDash. If you got me a Meyer offer, let's have it, because I'm passing it right now. Yep. I'm right here, DoorDash. You can give me a Meyer order right here, or Starbucks is over here. You can give me one of those too. Just because I took a little time, to do Uber, so I could show everybody Uber, it doesn't mean that you got to give me the cold shoulder. Yeah. I mean, I know the game you tried to pull on me earlier, well, that wasn't going to happen. So, yeah. Because I know I would have had to unassign that other order and go down a tier. That wasn't going to happen. So, yeah. All right. Sunday morning, and we got to have, it's 9 o'clock. We got to have some people up doing, getting some things going. Let's not be too slow here. We don't want to have to rely so much on the night to, to get the, to get the monies. Usually there's good orders in the morning. You'll be fine, guy. You get some orders. Thank you, AMC. Yeah, I will. I was kind of out of the zone too, so that kind of hurt a little bit. I just had to take the Ubers though, because I wanted, to show that I can do Ubers also. So, all right, so I'm just going to do the tornado garden trick then. I'll just go ahead and pause it while I'm here in town for a minute. And, we'll just do the little tornado garden trick. Texas? No, this is Indiana. Yeah, this is Indiana. I've been to Texas before, though. I was there in 1993. So what we'll do is we'll drive down here and put it on the pause, and then when I get back off pause, then maybe it'll go, then we'll get the orders. So, yeah. So wanting to go to Texas, your younger son lives there? Oh, really? Yeah, there's, See, where in Texas, Sally? Because there's some great people you can meet there. Because let's see, Dashing Maverick is there in Texas. Near Corpus Christi. See, Adventure America is there too. Bomb City at Lubbock. Okay. Yeah, Bomb City Dashing is there also, and Gig Life and More. Yeah, that's other Melissa. Yeah, they're Texas. So yeah, there's lots of good Texas dashes there. Yeah, so I'd like to go back to Texas at some point. If Maverick has a Texas get together sometime in July or September or something like that, I'll definitely make it a one, because I haven't decided my my vacations yet. So shout out to Mishawaka, Nia. Okay, Mishawaka. Yeah, I've never been there, but I've heard of it. Sounds like you must put that on your priority list. I said, yeah, there's some really good, some really good, Texas dashers here. All right. It says here McDonald's. All right. See how many? I say I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that one I unassigned. So, okay, and that one too. Okay, so I've had 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've basically had 6 DoorDash orders and 2 Uber orders so far. Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to have DoorDash be paused for that long, but I just, those 2 Uber orders came up. I thought, okay, I'll just go ahead and do those. Yeah, even though they were $8. So, 3 and 5 respectively. Doesn't mean that I won't get another tip later on, because, you don't see those tips until an hour later. So that's the one thing about Uber is, they'll show you the base pay at first, and then an hour later, then the tips will come in, and you'll see, you'll get the original tip they gave you, or if they gave you more, then you'll see that. So you get paid by the job plus tips. Yes, you do. When you get an order like DoorDash, EMC, if you get a DoorDash order, the tip is automatically included. Okay. With Uber, it says that it is, but you only get the base pay once you drop it off, and then the tip comes in later. Because I don't think it's that way anymore, because Uber said that they're not going to do that. But it used to be that they could pull the tip if you gave bad service over on Uber. But I think they stopped that. And, if they still wait until an hour later, and sometimes, if you gave service that they thought was more than exceptional, then they'll give you more of a tip, which is what I've had. Just like in the Purdue Dash, like I said, I got an extra $15, all because, I said some encouraging words to someone, and I think, the parent was impressed, and I think gave me an extra $15. I don't know if that was the reason, but regardless, it made it made all the difference. That's why I say this coming year, 2026, we got to be encouraging. We got to stop the backbiting. We got to start being encouraging. Giving showing love, respect, and honor. And putting all our differences aside. We got to really do that, because you never know, the greater resistance might come up. Did the app take a percentage of your tip? No, they don't, because of the fees they charge. Yeah. The app gets their money from the fees they charge. Yeah, tips should always be for the servers, not the owners. Right, exactly. Exactly, because because in a restaurant, some places pay more than others, but your typical salary, if you're a restaurant server, is $2.01 an hour. Some is $2.32 an hour, but the majority is $2.01 an hour plus your tips. So if you don't make any money that night, let's say, like you may make $5 in one night, and you're working 4 hours, and you're working like 5 hours, all you basically made that night, if you made no tips, was $10, and you worked 5 hours, which is ridiculous. But it just everything depends on who who comes in. That's why I say, if you're going to be in that type of business, you got to really have a good personality and try to be able to get along with everybody, and just be able to give the best service that you possibly can. And the same thing could happen to you that happened to that lady that I served. We're not going to just sit around. I got to be moving. I mean, come on, DoorDash. We got to get some orders here. This is Sunday morning now. Come on. Let's get with the program. Volume is key. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I mean, you just like give the best service that you can, because I mean, even if you don't feel like it, because it can happen to you. That happened to this one lady. She, there was a executive from a business that came in, and this said that this lady did exceptional job of serving, always did a great job, and said that he knew she wasn't getting her money's worth there where she was working, and he pulled her aside and said, would you like to interview with my company and see maybe if I can get you what you're worth, what you're worth instead of what they're paying you. And she said, yeah, we'll go ahead and interview. Needless to say, she got the job, and then a year later she came by and saw us and said she was a manager in an executive elite company, all because of great service that she did somewhere else. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. Kevin Krause. Oh no, your cat's. Oh man. Yeah, well, you can't have your hamster in a place where where your cats can get them. Can't do that. Yeah, I don't have anything like that in my house. I mean, one of my cats, little one, I mean, as rambunctious as she can be at sometimes, yeah, she would probably do that. She would see a hamster and try to break into it. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't keep fish in the house. I don't keep anything like that, because that's how she is. The other one, little tiny, she's more mellow. She don't, she just, she doesn't really do that kind of thing. I mean, she'll let you know when she's hungry and stuff, but, she won't be rambunctious like that. And then Tiger, I mean, I just took him in not too long ago. He's, he's pretty mellow himself. He just, he just minds his own business, and, he just lets the others be. When the others, want to do stuff and play, he just sits there and looks at him. He doesn't really, he really doesn't engage with them, because he knows he's bigger than them. He just sees them for what they are, and they'd really try not to engage with him because, he's a lot bigger than they are. And, they're just like, said, okay, you're bigger than, yeah. So, yeah, what, I don't know. But, yeah. Does Indiana have open, concealed, and carry? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they have that here. I don't know for sure, but if there's a guy that does a gun show on, on a particular radio station, on let's see, WIBC and the radio station, his name is Guy Relaford. He would be able to answer that question for you. But he's on every Saturday in the afternoon. He would be able to answer that question, but I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think they have that here. We're getting a few sprinkles right now. Here we're getting some sprinkles. Oh, come on now, DoorDash. There's got to be some orders right now. It can't be that slow. All right, here. There we go. Just do that. My parents used to tell me to play in traffic, but you didn't listen. What do you mean by play in traffic? was something there, but nope. Okay. Uh, yeah, come on now. This is Sunday. It can't be that slow. It can't be. I mean, y'all usually do really well here on Sundays, but for some reason, I don't know why it's, I don't know if they're punishing me because of, because of what I did there. Hey, there's Jay. Welcome in, Jay. Yeah, how you doing, man? I know it's got to be hard for you right now. I mean, I know it does. I'm really sorry that happened to you. I mean, it just, it was the wrong time. Definitely the wrong time. Yeah. Time here is, it's 9 o'clock. It's now exactly 9 o'clock here. It just turned 9 o'clock. So, yeah, you're holding up, but you have your moments. So, yeah, just take your time, man. I mean, this is a process that's going to take a little bit. I mean, especially at the timing of it. Yeah, just take your time, man. We're all still here for you. We understand. I mean, especially me. I know I do, because I've been through that myself. So, all right, let's back here, sit here again. Cheers from Long Island. Welcome from Long Island. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Yep. All right. See, where's all this? Okay, there's a number. So the only red zones they got here is Starbucks. No, that's unusual, because usually McDonald's is one of the biggest ones here. It says update. It says Shelbyville is busy right now. Okay, well, if it's 9 o'clock, then I think what I'm going to do, if I'm not getting anything, then I'm just going to go ahead and end it right here. So I'm just going to end it here. So, yeah. Then I'll head back to Shelbyville. Okay. All right. So we'll just go ahead and head to Shelbyville, and then we can add Uber there. So that means then we'll be doing from 10, because since my family's coming, then we're going to do 10 o'clock to 1. That's 3 hours. So we've done 3 hours. So that's what, 6. So yeah, then they'll have 2 hours of the dinner shift, whenever that might be. So we'll just do it that way. Yeah, you need to work on your car before you get started. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's another thing too. You had the car deal too. I said, man, you had a rough year, man. I'm awfully sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I told Mills that I'll be getting with you, and I'll see about getting that little gift card to you guys this week. So, because I'll be getting paid from my W-2. I've got double time. So I'll be getting a pretty good check, so I'll help you out with that this week. So I'll get with you and, figure out how I can get that to you. Hey, Thomas, all right, welcome in. James, all right, welcome in. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and do that, guys. So, I've just ended it early here. Usually we stay until 10, because it's so slow, and they said that Shelbyville was busy, we'll just go ahead and go there. So, okay. So we'll just do that. And then we'll do 3 hours there. Then we'll have Uber also, so maybe they can make a comeback there in Shelbyville. We'll see. This $40 isn't really going to get it done. mean, I'm anxious to see my daughter and grandson, but I got to have a little bit of money on top of that, you know. Because maybe, you know, they'll want to go to Starbucks later on, because my daughter does love Starbucks. So, yeah, it'll be so nice to see them. It really will. And hopefully we'll get a nice picture of the three of us together, and you can see, you know, my daughter and grandson. You see us in a picture. That'd be real nice. I'd love to be able to show you guys that. Yeah. How long has it been? Well, I mean, I see them every year, but I mean, it's you know, but I'd like to see them more often, but because, you know, she works and I work, and you know, it's so you guys going across or what? Go ahead, you guys. Go ahead. Go on. I'm not in any hurry. I'm just going to clock in as soon as I get over there. But yeah, ever since my mom passed away, my daughter was, you know, the one of the best things to ever come into my life. You know, because I know that she's always, you know, a part of me, and you know, I mean, it's hard to believe that she's 31 years old. I mean, it seems like she graduated high school yesterday. But it just shows that you know, it just shows that, you know, that time just zooms by. I mean, it just does. And now I've got you know, a 7-year-old grandson, soon to be 8. I mean, it's like, where does the time go? I mean, where does it go? I mean, it seems like it's here one day, and it's, you know, and all of a sudden, you know, you snap your finger and you're already into the next year. I mean, it seems like, you know, 2025 just zoomed by, and now you're going to be in 2026. Yes, one. Yeah. Well, that's been a pattern in my family. You know, my mom was an only child, and, you know, I was an only child. I mean, my dad, he had a sister, but she passed away before I was born, so I never got to know her. So, but yeah, it's been a pattern in her family. My mother was an only child. My mother's mother was an only child. So, yeah. So it's kind of been there. So, do you have much time to do your writing? I said, no, I really haven't. And next year, I really would like to get back to doing that. I mean, I really would. I'd like to get back into doing some of that so that I can, you know, get that second book out. I really would like to be able to do that. It's a, you know, as a matter of fact, when I park up, you know, when I get back to town and I can park up here, I said, I'm very talented. Well, thank you. I do have my book inside the back of my car. I just haven't shown anybody yet. You can see what it is if you go to Amazon. But yeah, I mean, it's not so much about talent. It's just trying to, you know, put all the words together of everything that you've been through, and you want to word it in a way, you know, to which you can teach your audience, to where, you know, you don't want to suffer through this. You don't want to teach your kids this. You don't want to, you don't want to go through what the main character went through. You know, because there's a lot of characters in all the books and the spin-offs that go through things, and you want your audience, you know, to know that you don't want them to experience what the characters experience. You know? And then there'll be those that will say, "Oh, it's just fiction. It didn't really happen." Or say, "How do you know that?" Just because it's fictionalized in the internet doesn't mean that somebody didn't go through it. It may not be the author, but somebody that read the book and say, "Hey, I can relate to this. This is exactly what happened to me." Yeah. So, I mean, just because it didn't happen with one person doesn't mean that it didn't happen with someone else. Because there are those that read your books and can absolutely relate. And then they can share their experience. Like if they want to discuss something with the author, say, "Hey, I went through that, and, you know, maybe, you know, there could be, you know, an interview that could happen out of that. I mean, unexpected, you know, because maybe somebody wants to talk about it. You know, that's why I say, I mean, I think that next year should be there should be a lot of talking instead of a lot of action. Because I know that talking, negotiation, things of that nature, I think that's going to be it's the imperative next year. I really do. It's all think before you do. Think before you react. But just prepare yourself for the unknown, because you just never know. You just never know. Yeah. You got to get your day started. Well, thank you, Sally. You go do your thing. You go do your thing and get yourself ready, because you'll be starting up tomorrow. I hope TEJ shows up and have a nice little conversation with you so he can see who you are and you can give some encouragement to that person. So, yeah, I just hope that person will join you tomorrow. But thank you, Sally. Certainly appreciate it, as always. And if I can, I'll visit your lives. But, yeah, maybe I'll even have you simulcast Thursday and Friday. So, but thank you as always. All right, looking forward to it. I'll tell them to email me. Okay, well, very good. Very good. Like I say, you gain one person. I mean, who knows how many that you gain and how many that person gains. Because all it takes is a word of encouragement to turn somebody's life around. Because if no one ever encouraged them to do anything, or everybody made them feel down to where like they feel like they're worthless or nothing, it's going to take someone like us to change that. Yeah. And sometimes they bring a lot of people with them, word of mouth. Exactly. One thing leads to another. That song wasn't written for nothing. It seems like a mediocre song that didn't even reach the top 10, but even so, that song wasn't written, just for the sake of doing it. It was written for a reason, because there's truth to it. I mean, some of these musical artists, I mean, they'll put something together and they didn't realize it would do something, or they absolutely hated what they did. But, you just might turn around. I mean, just because you don't like it doesn't mean that someone else isn't going to like it. I heard one time there was a song that Diana Ross did that she absolutely hated and didn't think it was going to do anything. #1 for 4 weeks. What did that tell you? Just because you didn't like it doesn't mean that somebody else didn't like it. There were thousands of people who liked it, kept it #1 for 4 weeks. So, yeah. You never know unless you try it. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not going to do anything. Yeah. I know there's some, I've seen, in posts that there were actors that hated the movie that they did, or they didn't like the idea of being in the movie that they were in. But the movie, topped the charts. And they got recognized for it. They didn't expect it. They didn't think it was going to happen. But then they changed their tune once the money came in, and it was like, oh, well, maybe I need to change my tune a little bit. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Super Pair, there's not a bone of that in my body. There never has been, and there never will. So I'm sorry, I must remove you for that, for saying that. But yeah, I appreciate you joining. But we don't need to discuss that on the air, because there never has been any of that in my body. There never has, and there never will be. So, yeah, barking up the wrong tree there. Sorry. Just because my voice sounds like it doesn't mean that I am. My voice has always been my Achilles heel, except I've been told that I can be an announcer on the radio. That's something that I've always wanted to do. Just never had the chance to do it because I don't have a college degree. So that's the thing that's kept me back from it, is a college degree. You have to have a college degree to be in that kind of field, and it's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that's what that guy was referring to, though. I mean, there are people that will hear my voice and assume that. That's the way it was in school, too. They assumed that then, too. Yeah. You're a good dude, don't listen to fools. Right. That's right. Exactly. And I don't. That's why, I say, you're entitled to your opinion, but you don't bring that on my channel, so I deleted you. So, Yeah, I listen. That's why I say, don't listen to fools, don't be a fool, It's just like Jiminy Cricket said, the stuff that I listen to, let's see, I'm no fool. You can't be a fool in 2026. You can't. Nope. You can't be fooled anytime, but especially now. You don't know what's around the corner. And that's why I just feel so strong, to Troll Island. And I said, but that's the thing, Sally. If trolls appear, and that means that success is coming your way, because trolls hate people with success. That's why they come in and troll. So if you get a bunch of trolls on your stream, that means that you're doing something good, and it upsets them. So they come in and try to create havoc. That's what that is. Yeah. That means you're doing something right. I mean, you've had see, what was last week? What was it? Tuesday of last week, I think you were on, and like I had you simulcast, and you even said in that you had some trolls come on your stream saying some bad stuff, and you had to tell them. I think Daryl got rid of them, but but you said some things on there that you don't. I mean, you say you're entitled to your opinion. You said something to that effect, but you said you can say what you want on the channel, but please don't put people down. And it was Daryl that got rid of him. But it means if you have trolls, that means that your channel is a success, and it bothers them. And, so they just want to, come in and create havoc because they're jealous. That's all it is. They're just jealous. They're jealous that you have a successful channel and they don't. And, and it makes them nervous. So, yeah, exactly. Striving for attention. Yeah. You turn them around and they end up being a subscriber and they actually apologize for their nonsense. Well, that's what they should do. Yeah. There's no need to be jealous, everybody. I mean, I said, just because someone might be better than you, it doesn't mean that you have to be angry about it. You can learn from that person. You can just study them and say, hey, what is it about this person that they have that I don't have? What can I learn from them so that I can, so that I can gain some knowledge from that? And then maybe later on when I do my own thing, then I'm my own thing, and I became more successful than them only because I learned, not because I was jealous. So that's important with that too. Yeah. I mean, you don't need to go in somebody's stream and just make fun of them or think that that just because that they may be better than you in something, or they're gaining something, and you're not, it doesn't mean you have to be jealous of them. Just learn from them. Yeah, learn them. Because there's always something to learn. There always is. I've heard this saying too. You don't ever stop learning. And it's also heard this saying too, and Sally, you might agree with this. We teach what we most need to learn. I've heard that saying also. We teach what we most need to learn. Even though we're acknowledging in one subject, maybe there's some more stuff in the subject, even though I'm teaching it. So, yeah. It's, I find that to be, extremely effective. I mean, some of these sayings, they sound silly at first, but there's a lot of truth to them if you really think about it. Like, speaking of turn around, let's turn this dash around here. Let's bring up this $40 up. I mean, that's just, that's not good. Yeah. $40 on a Sunday. I mean, well, it was, let's see, Michigan went through that too. Michigan was started on a Sunday, and they only ended up with $127. So, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, anything can happen. Now we're going to put Uber in the picture, so Uber will be in the picture now for 3 hours. Maybe we can get something good out of them and turn this thing completely around, because right now it takes 2 platforms to make good money. I mean, DoorDash can't do it by itself now. They really need Uber to help bring it up. And was apparent last night. $83. I mean, it didn't happen with just DoorDash. I mean, Uber helped out too. So, And plus, most of the Dashers, there's been more Ubers than there's been DoorDash. So, like I said, anything can happen at any time. I mean, when you come out here, you pay your money, you take your chances. With anything, you pay your money, you take your chances. But you lose 100% of the chances you don't take. And, yeah. But all I'm saying is the reason why, like I said, I was not planning to go live today at all, because I was, because my family's coming over. I thought, well, but think that because I drew USC, what are they? They're Trojans. So what does that mean? Trojans, what do? They battle. Trojans battle. So, and I'm just, concerned about 2026 being a year of fighting battles. I hate to say that. I mean, I don't want to think that, but I'm just saying, prepare for anything. I mean, honestly, prepare for anything, because there's battles with weather, battles with finances, battles with with jobs, things like that. It doesn't have to be any certain particular thing. I mean, even those little things like weather and jobs and families, things like that. That's let's see. I'm not exactly sure what that is, man. I mean, I know, but yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, appreciate you joining now. But yeah. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, you just got to be prepared for next year. You just have to be. Preparation is going to be a major thing for everybody to do. I just really believe it is. Because I just feel like if you're not prepared, then you don't want to know if you're not prepared. Get your finances in order. Get your household things in order, especially if you live south where there's hurricanes. Get all that prepared. It's better to be prepared and have supplies. It's better to have and not need than need and not have. So I think that's what this is all about. Yeah. What type of preparation are we talking? Just preparation for anything. You don't know what's at stake. I mean, like they say this is going to be one of the, preparing for the weather. I mean, I've heard this all the time from several different broadcasters, national broadcasters. They said this is going to be one of the craziest winters we've seen in years. I mean, we're talking blizzard of 78. That's what some of them are saying. This is one of the craziest times, for weather that they've seen in years. I mean, they said they looked at the January, and they said January, there's going to be a lot more snow in January this year than there was in the last 5 to 7 years combined. Talking about preparation for that. Okay. It's a sign of the times, guys, preparing for those kinds of things. And it's better to have your supplies. Pretty nice in Alabama. I said, yeah, I know. Speaking of which, Indiana's going to be playing Alabama, and pretty soon. I'm ready to. I'm ready for that game. It should be a very interesting game. But thank you for joining, Michael. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I like Alabama. I mean, my favorite place in Alabama is Gulf Shores. I love visiting Gulf Shores. I like the clearer water there. When I was, my first time that I was there, it was in 2019. And, ever since that I was there for the first time, because I never really had a chance to take vacations, and I've always been behind. My parents never got to take one. I've always worked because I've always had to catch up in life over certain things. And I never really had a chance to take a vacation. But I'll tell you what, Orange Beach is your favorite right next door? Yeah. I've been to Orange Beach too. But Gulf Shores, boy, I'll tell you what, especially some places over there. The Beach Club. You probably know about that, Michael, the Beach Club over there. I stayed there. Man, I loved it there. Yep. mean, when I was there, I went on all the different beaches over there. For all the buildings. I'm just trying to remember them. Let's see. One of them was trying to remember all those buildings. The Doral was the one I stayed at. There was Bristol, Avalon, and let's see, the other one began with a C. I'm trying to remember what that one was. But yeah, I got pictures of those, so I know exactly what what I'm talking about. But yeah, oh, that was so nice. And then of course I stayed in Mississippi too, and I mean, it's not really the the best of beaches there, but I went there because my book was born there in Mississippi. So yeah, because I met someone over there in a bookstore, and they led me to my book publisher. So I'll always have Mississippi in the back of my mind for that. Like I said, one person leads to another person. I mean, had I not gone to Mississippi, I would have never known my publisher. And so my publisher was able to put my book together. So like I said, some places that you go, in some places you love Mississippi too. Yeah, I mean, I just love being down there. It was Biloxi is basically where I stayed, and that was there where I and it was there where I met the person who helped me find my publisher. So yeah, and it's just haven't looked back since. And like I said, sometimes you got to go and do something on the cold extreme north. Oh yeah, I know, Canada. And see, I was in Michigan a couple years ago. It was pretty cold there, and but yeah. And I've been to Minnesota before. I mean, I was up there in the to go to the airport up there because I mean, I was when I was first dating my former wife back in 1998, I went to Mississippi because she was from San Francisco, and we had to stop in Minnesota to take a plane to go to San Francisco. So, but yeah, Minnesota gets real cold. There's a gig tuber, I haven't seen her yet, that's from Minnesota. That's also a good channel to watch all the time. Her name is Nana5. So it's another great channel. Okay, as soon as I turn the corner up here, get past this, and I'll go ahead and turn the apps back on, and we'll go from there. So it's like I'm given the extra 30 minutes though, because we had a technical foul back there, because I had to unassign an order. So you love the U.S. Oh yeah, it's a great place. It really is. Like I said, there's place. I will say though, it does need improvement. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. It does need improvement in a lot of ways. That's all that's all I'm going to say. Okay, just improvement is needed. Okay, without going into detail, improvement is definitely needed. Okay. All right, so we're here in town here. We'll also turn Uber on. Okay. Oh. Okay, they want me to take a picture, so all right, I'll have to pull over here and take a picture for Uber. So let me get up here so I can do that. Surprised they didn't have me take a picture when I did them before. Why did they wait? Why did they wait until now? Just because I come to Shelbyville, why are they waiting for me to take another picture now? Oh well. But I get good Uber orders here, especially Jimmy John orders. Jimmy John's not open yet, but Ubers do have McDonald's and Burger King and Denny's, so I get orders from them. But let me pull over here off the road so I can get this picture taken care of, and we'll go from there. I'll just park up by Dollar General up here. Sometimes I'll get orders from Dollar General up here if I pass by here. All right, DoorDash, let's go. Let's get some orders here. Like I said, because of the technical I got back there, I had to add a little extra time. So I got to get orders for DoorDash too, because I need to raise my completion rate up, because I'm right at the very bottom, and I got to get it back up. I at least got to get that 1 point back, so I got to have orders to do that. Okay, we'll park up in here so I can go ahead and get that picture taken for Uber. Uber, let's get this picture taken. All right, here we go. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. All right, now let's go. Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, we're not going there though. So you want me to say, oh, there's good orders in Indianapolis? No, thank you. I'm not going to Indianapolis. Tried to get me to go there earlier. I'm not going there. Because I know exactly where in Indianapolis you want me to go, and they're not the greatest of neighborhoods. I'm not doing that. Okay, I think I'm going to go through here, because that way I can get through some of the restaurants down here, guys. Okay. So far, we're in a little bit of a disappointment, but let's not do that. The last time USC, did a dash, they started out real slow, and then they ended up picking it up there near the end. And then when it came, they ended up tying Indiana. And so that's how Indiana won last year, because USC tied them. So they had to do a tiebreaker in Rushville. So that's how Indiana won last year, because USC tied them. We already got 2 ties already. We got Northwestern and Michigan State in a tie. Where is this, Missouri? No, JJ, this is Indiana. This is Indiana. Yeah, that's where we're at here, Indiana. And it's just slowed down a little bit. I don't know why, but yeah. All right, let's get some orders. Let's go. It's because I had to unassign for a reason, for a really good reason, because I don't want to lose my shopping rate. It doesn't mean you got to slow things down. Yeah. Storm be coming? It'll be later this evening, yes. Because the temperature is going to take a nosedive later on. Yeah, as soon as that front comes through, then, what is 64 degrees right now? Tomorrow it'll be 24 here. So, yeah. So there could be some storms coming later today. Yep, sure could be. Minneapolis here hitting hard snow. Oh, okay. Yeah, Nana 5 is from their good channel, JJ Ander. Yeah, she hasn't been in here yet, but if she does pop in, that's a channel for you to check out, because that's a fellow Minneapolis for you. So, all right, we'll just park up here by McDonald's to start, maybe. See what we might be able to get, or maybe probably what I should do first is probably go over towards Starbucks, because I think I got a better chance of getting this. Oh, we got an order. What do we got? Burger King. $9. All right. Yeah, we'll do that one. All right. $9 Burger King for DoorDash. There we go. There we go. All right, let's take it.
Drive east on State Road 44 for 1 mile.
All right. Hey, David, welcome in. Roll by my house once more. It's on, bro. Hey, welcome in, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, one David Jones. Let's see. Well, there's actually two. That I know. One. I say one David Jones. We all know went by David Bowie, and then another David Jones ended up was Davy Jones. So of the Monkees. So those are the ones that I'm mostly familiar with. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go over here and pick up this Burger King here. $9. That's really good, and it's 3.5 miles. That's that makes it a really good order. So okay, now maybe we can turn the tide here for for the Trojans. All right. Maybe it took a change of scenery in order to do that. All right. All right, let's see what they got here at Burger King. Okay. Park over here. You can see that over there. All right, I'll be right back. picture here real quick. Okay. All right. All right. Say safe driving. Yep, we're trying to, especially in this town. They're not very safe here in Shelbyville. I will say that. Okay.
Drive southeast, then turn left.
Okay. Yeah, they drive better in Franklin than they do here in Shelbyville. I will say that. So.
Drive southeast, then turn left.
Yeah, just a minute. Okay, go up here to the light, which is
Drive
what I like
east.
to do.
Then, in 70 feet, turn right.
All right, so we're turning right here. Okay.
Turn left, then turn right. Turn right onto State Route 44.
All right. Thank you, Mike. I certainly appreciate that. Yep. All right, so where are we going here? Yep, that's what I thought.
Continue for 1 mile.
Hey, Matt, welcome in, Matt. Thank you for joining. From the UK, all right. Yeah, we get a lot of visitors from the UK. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah, well, we were in Franklin just a little bit ago, and now we're here in Shelbyville, and starting the Shelbyville Dash with a $9 offer. So yeah, that's going to bring the $40 up now to $49. So yeah, that'll definitely work. Let's see, do you use external GPS, not vehicle? Yeah, I'm doing the DoorDash GPS using the DoorDash in-app. Now the other day, I mean, if you wanted to see, let's see, it was last week. It was last Tuesday when I had to use 3 GPSs. You know, because there was discrepancies with Uber on a particular address that I had to deliver 2 pizzas to. And they all agreed that it was the same address that really wasn't an address at all. It was a cornfield.
Turn left onto
I delivered
Amos Road.
2 pizzas to a cornfield. See, and you know, you don't take my word for it. You'd see it on tape. It's the first Ohio State
Continue for
Dash, the
1.5
first one.
miles.
Yeah. Yeah, don't just take my word for it. You see for yourself. It's at the very end of the dash. You know, where it says double technical on it, seeing 2 pizzas delivered to a cornfield. It's at the very end, the last hour. You will see me do that, literally. Using 3 different GPSs, and they all said the same address, delivering to a cornfield. Yeah. I mean, it was hilarious. And that had never ever happened to me ever, especially on a live stream. I'd never had that happen on a live stream before. I mean, that was just, it was so unreal. I mean, it felt like, you know, you're just staring at the cornfield saying, this is the address you're supposed to deliver it to. So then I get on the phone with support and I tell her, I said, you know, I got 3 different navigations that are telling me that this is the address I'm supposed to deliver to, and I'm sitting right here in a cornfield. And so then they say, well, you know, so then they decided they canceled the order. I mean, of course I wasn't going to get paid for it, but, you know, because on Uber, you don't get paid for it if they cancel it. They just cancel it. You don't get paid for it. And they said, and I put it on the air in front of the camera here, let everybody see that they said, kindly dispose of it in a safe manner. I'm like, really? Okay. Yeah, okay. And then, so then I asked them, "Are you sure that I'm not supposed to take it back to the merchant?" And they said, "Oh no, you don't have to." And because DoorDash would have made me take it back to the merchant. DoorDash would have said, "Well, you're going to take it back to the merchant, and you're going to get the money back for it, and then we'll figure out where the address goes, and then you send it from there." In the meantime, they'd be getting a cold pizza. So, yeah. Everybody does things different, but yeah, Uber said, hey, don't worry about it. Just kindly dispose of it in a safe manner. Oh boy, I'll tell you. Hey Diesel, I delivered 60 pizzas on Christmas Eve from Little Caesars. DoorDash for 13 to say they'd be higher. Waited for an hour for the order, delivered to a family party. There was no. Oh my gosh. I said because it's Little Caesars, I would have declined that. Little Caesars, like I said, Little Caesars has been, in the negative spotlight lately. I mean, look at Fran Dash Phoenix's latest post on Little Caesars.
Turn right onto
It's like
Progress
you would
Parkway.
never, ever want to do business there after seeing what she saw. Not I'm trying to pick on anybody or anything, but guys, in business, we can do better than this. We really can. We can do better.
Turn right onto Progress Parkway.
I mean, we just can. I mean, but that's, I feel bad for that. No tip. See, that's terrible. See, what'd they order at B King? Some breakfast food.
Continue for a half mile.
Yeah. Some breakfast food and a drink. Yeah. Sausage biscuits or something like that. Yeah. I mean, basically, at Burger King, I mean, and it says on there that you can order Whoppers all day if you want. I mean, that's really the only place that they really do that. McDonald's doesn't do that, but they do. But yeah. Okay, so they're having me go this way, a backwards way for whatever the reason, but maybe it'll get me there faster. Who knows? Because, like I said, I don't remember this street name too
Turn
often.
right onto South Riley Highway, State Route 9. Then turn left.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm going inside that little neighborhood there. Okay. I didn't know that street name was in there though. Okay.
Turn left onto Western Trace. Then turn right.
All right. Today you reached 22,500. Okay. All right.
Turn right onto Greentone Court.
Oh, so this is where it is. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
In 500 feet, 2411 Greentone Court, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Okay, so it's the house over there in the corner.
2411 Greentone Court, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Yeah, right over here on the end of the street. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Here, I'm going to do this, clear up this window a little bit. I know it had a little bit of mist, so yeah. All right. All right, there we go. It should maybe look a little bit better than it did. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Oh, the Davy boys. Hey, there's Edward. Welcome in, Edward. What's the point of it? It's a delivery. Ah, you see, someone, said someone knew that I talked to them on the, because when you go up there, the little light goes on, on the Ring doorbell, and then I'm able to talk to it and say, hey, I appreciate your business, just like I said on my live and on my, on my short that I made yesterday. And I just got a message from them saying, thank you so much. I mean, don't think that, these people don't hear you when that light goes on. If you say something, and you say something nice, sometimes you'll get a reply, sometimes you won't. I mean, you can't please everybody, but, sometimes you'll get like that. Either whether or not if they tip you or not. If you, even if they say something like, thank you, that way, you acknowledge them, and it's like, okay, well, this person really appreciated me and all that. I just think I just might order again, because maybe there's other Dashers that are out there like this person. Then everybody wins. You don't just go up to somebody's house and just throw it down there and say, here. That's what some Dashers do. They just put it up there. Someone say here. I think especially those, when you don't get a tip. Sometimes you have to accept those that, that don't tip, so you can get something better. You don't take it out on the customer just because they don't get them. I mean, sure, some of them, they can tip better than others can, but like I said, you can't force them to. But I mean, even if you just let one go, and just let that, one bad apple go, one bad apple does not spoil the whole tree. So you just, take care of that one, just let it go, forgive them, and move on to the next one. And then you'll get a good order like this. Yeah. You don't be like those two girls, and take it out, on somebody, just because, somebody's in a position that, that you can say something about it, or you don't, do something to somebody's food because you didn't appreciate their tip. You don't do that, okay? Because you spoil that for everybody. But if you do like I do, and you say you appreciate their business, sometimes, maybe if you say that, even if somebody doesn't tip, they're like, they get convicted, and they're like, oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I haven't been tipping before because I haven't been gotten the greatest of service, or I've gotten horrible service. They just, throw the food on my, over on my porch and don't say nothing, or I notice that they're scowling or mad at me or something like that because I delivered it, or because they delivered it. Is there something that I'm doing wrong, or, and then I've had some people, that were no tips. I said the same thing, and they ended up giving me $1 or $2. $1's better than 0, right? Yeah. So, I've had that happen. I mean, is that going to happen 9 times out of 10? No, it probably happens maybe once or twice out of 10. But even that once or twice out of 10, at least it's acknowledging that you're appreciating the person, whether they tipped you or not. And there are those that are just not going to tip. That, no matter what you do, they're just that way. And if for some reason that's what it is, you just forgive them and move on. But I mean, I feel bad for the person that delivered all that Little Caesars and didn't get a tip for it. But I'm knowing that it was Little Caesars, I know, that most of the Little Caesars that I've delivered, I hardly got any tips for. I mean, it just, and a lot of times, in the cooler with the drinks, most times they're out of the drinks. And so it seems like I cringe every time I get a Little Caesars offer, because I don't know if they're going to be out of something or not. And really, I mean, the way that Little Caesars was with the quality of their pizza, I mean, it was really good back in the 80s, the late 70s, early 80s. But since then, it's just, it's kind of gone downhill. It's just not the same quality as it was. I mean, ever since they dropped that second pizza, the quality just got worse. I mean, now there are those that still think it's good quality and think it's really good, and more power to them if that's what they think. But at least, in my opinion, it's it just isn't like it used to be. And when the one in Columbus, the service could be a little better there. service here at the Little Caesars in here, I mean, they're okay with the service. I mean, at least they acknowledge you, and they work hard at trying to get it together. I mean, sometimes they're real slow if they're real busy, but they only have like 2 or 3 people working it, and they're doing the best they can. But at least they're nice about it. They acknowledge you and stuff. That's good. That's what they got going for them. Over in Columbus, they don't do that. They wait like 4 or 5, sometimes 7, 8 minutes later before they even acknowledge that you're there. So. But like I said, everybody does their own thing, their own way, and you just got to go with it. You don't have to agree with it, but you kind of got to go with it. And those that that don't tip, you just you just move on. You just forgive them and move on. I mean, that's just how you do it. I know that's not easy to do, but you got to do it. Because sometimes if you take those, bad offers, then then the algorithm will see that, okay, they took this bad offer, so maybe we'll give them a real good one later on, because they took this. So sometimes you got to do that. And during this contest, I always take, I take every order because it's all orders accepted. There was only one exception today. That's kind of been in the rules a little bit because I had to take every offer that was accepted. But this one was an exception because there was a repeat customer of one that I had already unassigned because of some groceries that I know that they didn't have. And I was going to serve that same person because of what was on there. And, they were going to try to get me to do that again to, then I would have to unassign it again. And then I would go under and lose my tier, which I did not want to do. So that was an exception to the rule. Because if you know very well it's something that's going to end up hurting you in the long run, it's really hurting you as far as your shopping rate and, which could be a really big game changer. Because that's the only time I really unassign orders is because of the shopping rate. If my shopping rate is going to go way down, then I'm going to unassign the order if there's something that's missing and you have to refund. That'll really hurt you. Refund really hurts you, and you don't want to have to do that. And got an order. What is it? Okay. Well, it's not a terrific offer. It's $4 for 1.5 miles. I mean, that's all right, I guess. Okay. It's not a terrific offer, but $4 is $4 I didn't have. So, okay.
Drive southeast on Lee Boulevard. Then, in 800 feet, turn right onto State Route 44.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take it. Like I said, it's not a lot of money, but I mean, at least it's an order. And it'll help me get my completion rate back up there, so maybe I can go back to 96 and not be at 95. That's what my goal is right now, to get back to 96 so that at least I can do another, if I have to, get a shopping order and I find that it's not going to work, then at least I'll have that one cushion I'll be able to do that with. But then again, if I do get to 96 and I am able to do that, then then it would be the second technical, which would mean we'd have to do the dash at a different time because they would have to serve a penalty, just like Uber did. It probably costs $1 per mile driven in car depreciation. Yeah, hey, Super Chef Smart, welcome in. Yeah. But yeah, it's you want to try to, for any offer that you get, you want to try for it to be, no less than $1.50 a mile, if you can do that. You want to try to stick around the $2-3 a mile, because a lot of people will cherry pick to do that. Yeah, but DoorDash is really chomping down on those that that cherry pick, because they find if you cherry pick and do that, then they catch up on that and they say, hey, you're cherry picking, so I mean we're just gonna put you in pause mode because you do that. I said you got to learn to take more offers than that, because they start doing that now. And if you turn down like 3 or 4 different offers in a row, they're just going to automatically put you in a pause mode. They're going to say, hey, you've paused so many dashes in a row. We're just going to pause you for 30 minutes because because you're turning down offers, you're cherry picking. We don't like that. So we're just going to have to do that to you. It's wrong because you're an independent contractor, but I guess, if they don't like you cherry picking like that, well, then they feel like they can reserve the right to pause you because you're not accepting the offers that they take. But still, everybody argues, well, we're independent contractors. We can choose to pick and choose what orders that we want to do. And that's true. That's definitely true. We should be able to do that. So, what reason does DoorDash want to pause us? Because, they keep giving us orders that don't make sense. Who's going to want to take a bunch of $2 offers with no tip? Not too many people. You ever try Lyft and Uber? More problem? No, I haven't done that, and I've heard some stories about that. And here in this town, you don't really get to do that much. If I lived in Indianapolis, that'd be different, but no, I'm not here. All right, I'm here at McDonald's, guys. I'm going to go pick this up. I'll be right back. right. All right. $4 offer, but that's okay. All right. All right, here we go. Oh, not too far up the road here. So, yep, that works. Real close. That's what I like. Like it when it's real close. All right. Because the restaurants are still here. So, all right. A little after 10. We do have Uber on, so let's try to pick it up a little bit. So 13 from 40, that'd be 53. But we still got some time, so all right. All right. Now it's just right down the street here, but let's go ahead and put this on.
Mile, turn right onto Central Park Drive.
All right. We'll see. We'll go ahead and we'll put, say Dean's probably on. We'll go ahead and put him on and let him know that, you know, I think he knew that I wasn't going to try to be on today, but I just thought this was it, that I should go ahead and do it. And just feel like this probably was the right time.
Turn right onto Central Park Drive.
Okay.
In 800 feet, 1227 Central Park Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
I think I might have had this person before. I'm not sure exactly. I think I did. Let's see, it's past the stop sign. Yep. Okay.
1227 Central Park Drive,
All right.
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
All right, right here. Easy access to the door. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Quick $13 since I've been here, so okay. All right. We're waiting on an order here. Let's see. Is Dean on? We'll find out. I'll let him know here. Hold on. Let's see. It's wait, that was a day ago. All right, let's find out. Okay, try to get out of their way here. Hold on. See, I'll just turn around right here. I don't see him on here just yet. I think he's got to be because he's got a goal. Let's see. Yeah, there he is, right there. $200 a day. Yep.
It's $8.50.
All right.
he's the one that trains
Oops.
dogs. I
All
don't know if
right.
he trains them for law enforcement or what, but he trains dogs.
Okay.
Hopefully they got donuts in there. I asked him.
Okay.
I said, now you got his donuts in there, right? Because I forgot them the last
All right.
time. That's how the conversation got brought up.
All right. So acknowledge that he's there.
They had his,
Mike's here. All right. Welcome in, Mike.
His
Appreciate you joining.
donut.
Thank you. What did I just do that for?
back it
Okay.
off, man. It is warm.
Yeah. That's what I needed to be. Yeah, it is warm, but you're going to be cold pretty soon.
On in the car.
There we go. All right. Let's
I
see.
got it on auto, but
Let's see. You should go to Ellington here. And I can turn on that street. Yeah.
you hear conflicting reports on it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I can go this way too.
Is this economy good or bad? I don't know. We don't talk about politics. Just get into
That's right.
finances and all. You know, again, my biggest thing I can say and stress is prices will always go up. Again, this is my opinion, not financial advice.
That's right. That's why I say finance. That's another thing too, guys. Got to be prepared for the finances, and you know, you just got to be prepared because you never know. That's why I tell everybody: get your finances in order. Do what you can do to do that. Okay. Prepare for anything. Just prepare for anything.
Whatever phrase you want to use. The increase in prices.
Yeah. Fuel supplements, community leaders, reducing car fuels, reduce performance, reduce emissions. Yep, that's right, Jefferson. Welcome in. Yeah. And like I said, I mean, this is the year, the 2026, guys, the year of preparation. That's just what it is. You know. I mean, it sounds like, it sounds like it's going to be so awful and everything. No, I'm not saying that it's going to be awful or anything. I'm just saying prepare for anything because you don't know. Because there's stuff that's going to happen this year. Like I said, there's going to be stuff that's going to try to cause division. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize. We gotta unite now. You know, this is not a time for a division. This is a time to be unified. It's time to to find ways, to be prepared and be unified for stuff, because there's going to be stuff that's going to cause division this coming year. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize. Please don't let that happen. Unite, unify, do what you can so that everybody can be on the same page. That's what you got to do. Yeah.
Or Gemini or whatever, Alexa, whatever device they want to use, let that be the answer to everything.
Okay, so we're just going to drive around again just like I did before. That's how I got my McDonald's. So
do research. My channel promotes doing research on your own. Come up with your own things. Try not to go down rabbit holes, because you can go down rabbit holes all day, every day for the rest of your life.
That's right.
And you'll never figure out stuff.
Exactly.
So it's best to have a little bit of information about a lot of things than to just have a bunch of information about one thing.
Exactly. It's just like he said, he thinks the same way I do on a lot of stuff too. That's why it's good to listen to his channel.
On this channel,
you can get a lot of good information from Dean's channel. So that's one of the reasons why I listen to him. He's been a big supporter of my channel. I've been, supporting of his, trying to get him to his 500. I did that through the Wisconsin Dash. And the Wisconsin Dash basically helped him get over the hump to get his 500. Now he's on his way to 1K. Got a very informative channel, and he's someone that you can learn a lot from. And that's one of the reasons why I have him simulcast, because you can learn a lot from his channel. And there's Indy. Yep. Yeah, Indy. Ohio State threw 180 on you guys yesterday. So, 186. Yeah, they're only 9 behind you. 186. Yeah. Yeah, they had 103 to start, and they put through an 83 spot on last night. So, yeah, come the playoffs, they're in second place right now. But they're only 9 behind. So, when the playoffs come, oh man. That was some dash last night, I'll tell you.
Beyond our control. Yeah. Restaurant mistress. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we still get blamed for it. Oh,
You're still protesting. Yeah. And this is Sunday, and USC's not doing all that great. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know what it is, if it's just the time of the week or whatever it is. But, yeah.
You want to own
But then
McDonald's?
again,
Yeah, you can. It's publicly traded, so you can own it.
and you're still protesting that from yesterday. Yeah. Well, and
Anyway. Yeah, exactly.
and
So when they raise the
USC
price,
started with a technical earlier today because of a shopping order. Of course, a shopping
they raise
order.
it for everybody,
You know, they were
multiple cans of people.
totally out of an item,
The lower
and
they raise it, the
you know,
little
there
bit
would have been
you get to.
refunds, not just one but three, which would have really you know, demolished the shopping rate, and I couldn't do it. So we had to give them a technical on that. Hey, Dan J4, welcome in.
Chances
Yeah.
are you're not, but because it takes
So,
beans to make beans.
Michigan. Hey, Dookie. No, this is Indiana.
Does help.
You know, I mean, it's yeah, we're close to Michigan, but no, this is Indiana. That's where we're at right now. Is Indiana. Just waiting on an order right now. We're sitting at. There's California. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Yeah, we're sitting at right now 42. See, we're sitting at
I knew a guy.
exactly $50 right now. Exactly $50.
21,000.
So,
How much is Bitcoin today?
and yeah,
And they sold a majority of it.
I had $8 on Uber, and
2,000 and something. Over 40,000.
Let's see.
They bought it at 21,000.
see 31,
Sold
see
some-
30,
they sold
yeah,
a
44.
majority of it at 40
You know, actually
plus
$52. $52.
And then
So
how
yeah,
much
that's
is
where we're at.
Bitcoin
$52. Delphi. This is Shelbyville. Yeah, that's where we're at, Eduardo's in Shelbyville. That's where we're at here, Shelbyville. We're just driving around here just for a little bit to see if we can get an order. I know that it's to the point where it's too late for breakfast and too early for lunch. So, yeah. So we're just kind of the in between right now.
Denny.
So we're just gonna park up here, you know, maybe by Denny's, because sometimes you know, they will order Denny's stuff on a Sunday. Oh, got an order. What do we got? Ooh, okay. All right, I can do that. That's $6 for 2.5 miles at Dunkin'. We'll do that one. All right.
Drive east on Lee Boulevard. Then turn right onto State.
Okay, we're not doing that. We only know how to get there. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. $6 for 2.5 miles. That's a good order. That's more than it's like $2.50 a mile. We'll do that.
Examples of what to do.
That's a good
not
one.
What you do. No, Denny.
What's
Denny,
DoorDash
that's not
like?
what I'm
It
saying.
used to be a top dasher for a year back in 2023. It was making about $200 a day. Yeah, it's not quite like that right now, Day Tulit. You have to have Uber also. If you're going to make that kind of money, you got to have Uber Eats along with it,
No, I'm giving an
or
example
Spark,
of what
or
you can.
Grubhub, or
I always say
Shipped,
that you're
or Deliver That.
to
You know,
your
stuff like that.
situation and your existence
You know, you got to.
to
You
understand
know,
what's
it
going
takes.
on.
You got to
I
multi-app
don't
these
know-
days
I
to
don't
make
know
that
you,
kind
I
of
don't
thing,
know your
because
body, your
you know,
mindset,
DoorDash isn't anywhere like it used to be because they're so saturated with dashers.
environment,
You used to do
living
Instacart. Yeah.
conditions, household
There's a guy here in
conditions,
Shelbyville. Took him 3.5 years to get on Instacart.
platform and try to tell
So,
somebody what to do with their money.
Yeah, he finally got on Instacart, but he had to wait 3.5 years to get on it.
I
That's a long time to wait
give my
for.
opinion,
But
my life experience.
yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go up here right now and get this
What's
Dunkin'.
going on there, Buffalo Creek?
All right.
What's my favorite weather right now?
Okay.
This right here is like excellent temperature. Breeze is a little too much. It could be a
Yeah.
little calmer.
Yeah, this temperature, yeah, I mean, this weather here is pretty good, but come later on tonight, it's going to be the total opposite. All right, I'll be right back, guys. We'll go pick up this Dunkin' order.
If I was on the ocean, because then
that's a good employee right there. He said, you know, there was a lot of stuff that was in there. He showed me everything that was in the bag so I could verify everything without saying that I don't have to verify stuff. Okay, so I like that. Okay, this one too is not that far. Okay. We'll see him gets his cut, yeah. Oh yeah, you got to make sure that Uncle Sam gets their cut. Yeah, that's what you got to do.
26 for 36 miles.
Can never get away from that, ever.
And shopping 18 items.
Okay,
Going over here and
probably
doing
go
some
this way maybe. Hopefully the traffic isn't too far turning that direction,
where I just came from.
but it's kind of looking like it is. So
I have to keep
We'll
it said
see.
45-minute plus wait, and then I just got it off.
oh no, 45 minutes. No, there's no way I'd be waiting on that. 45 minutes,
Like
no way.
$6, 5 miles.
Uh-uh.
I mean, that's it. That's all.
There's absolutely
that's all
no
that's
way.
available right now.
It's hard to wait 10 minutes, let alone 45 minutes. Okay.
Drive southwest on State Route 44. Then, in 600 feet, turn left onto Progress Parkway.
Yep, right here.
This is the first time I've been to McDonald's today.
Really?
And no orders.
All right.
Then once
Yeah, this is,
mention it and explain that. Anyways,
See,
it
this
gives
is 6,
perspective.
so yeah, I'll just try to maybe, get some of these. I really need some DoorDash orders here, guys, so I can get that completion rate back up there. I got to get it back to at least 96. Yeah, it's 95. That's the cutoff, and I can't
Just
go
how
down
it
another
used to
one.
be that you work
So-
for a company and they give you stock shares in the company that you work for.
Continue for 1.5 miles.
Same type of
Yep, I
concept.
know exactly
Like
what.
you work
There's
for
Mary. Welcome in, Mary.
Google
Yeah.
shares as part of your
Appreciate you joining, Mary. I mentioned your channel earlier today.
similar type of
What
concept.
did it pay? Florida will destroy your vehicle. Speed bumps and unreal buy used vehicles don't destroy your main area. Well, Mary that just popped in, she's from Florida. So yeah, I just thought I'm just saying, we got a Florida resident in the chat right now. So it's that's all I'm gonna say at this point. But yeah. But Mary, I always appreciate you joining. Yeah, you had a pretty good turnout in your chat yesterday. Well, I wasn't expecting what I was getting today. I just felt like what I was saying today was kind of important for everybody to do.
They spend their money on a large Coke with extra
Yeah, there we
ice,
go.
a sausage gravy biscuit
Okay,
platter, and
but yeah, I just felt like today, everybody should prepare for next year. I just think next year is a year that's definitely preparation, because we don't know what's going to happen next year, because there's a lot of stuff that could try to divide everyone, and we don't want to see that happen. So that's why I say prepare and be ready,
what they're telling me they're going to pay me.
because you don't want to be caught off guard. That's a
And
definite
Larry gets his,
thing. You do not want to be caught off guard. So, okay.
Yes, sir, going to Dean Road.
So this road here should not be
no.
that far.
Oh, hell no.
So this is pretty close. Yeah, I'm kind of liking these orders not being that far, and I'm kind of liking this. Maybe we can, perhaps USC can make a comeback, kind of like Ohio did yesterday. I mean, you hate to see it, be all relied on the dinner shift, because it's these shifts right here that can be the start. I mean, you got to really get off to a good start and not rely on the dinner shift to
turn
bring
right
you
onto
up.
Wilmington Boulevard.
Midwest states are great. I said, yeah, that's where I'm, Indiana, definitely a Midwest state. And the only thing is that we can do without the constant changeable weather. It's 65 degrees now, but come tomorrow it's going to be 40 degrees colder. So yeah, that we can do without.
In 600 feet, 1455 Wilmington Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
I think this is a customer that I've had off and on down here.
1455 Wilmington Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana
Yes, this
46176.
one here is what I
USA
thought.
is on the left.
Okay. All right. I'll have to park up here, though, to get out of the way. All right. Be right back, guys. All right. Okay, that 6 was an 8. They gave me $2 extra there, so there we go. That helps a little bit.
People doing all that stuff
Okay.
on
Again, there was a ring camera there, so
youngsters standing
again, like I said, ring cameras, speak to the ring cameras and, say pleasant things as much as you can. You never know what that'll do for you.
I couldn't even understand
Said that last night in my, in my short.
how damn rude is that?
I learned that from Dashing Across America. It's,
They wanted to come
it can be very big game changers for you just doing the small things like that.
try to ask for something.
That's all it takes. Small things like that
That's just so
can
damn
put
rude.
more money, in your pocket.
Not to mention,
It's just a little bit of little stuff. I said, this gentleman seems really helpful and honest towards the customers. Well, but that's what it is. The main question, and that was another one I brought up too. And, and Mary was in the chat. She agreed with me on this too, because she commented on it. I said, who are the people, who really, when you do this kind of work, who really pays your bills? The customers.
That's okay for your kid to sit there with food
In any business, who pays your bills?
making a mess all over the damn
The customer does.
thinking you're damn entitled.
You treat the customer with
That
respect,
irritates me.
and in some instances you treat them with honor. I mean, you're not a slave or anything like that, but you just treat them with respect and treat them like of the utmost importance. They're the ones that pay your bills. And the more customers you get, the better you get to pay your bills. But when you lose if you lose customers because of bad service or whatever, then it has the opposite effect. You want to keep your customers, you want to gain customers. And the reason why you want to do that, because if the customer pays your bills, you treat them with respect, and and then they tell their people, then you gain more customers. Then you end up with profit. You don't want to just squeak by. You want to be able to profit, and to do that, you got to take care of your customers. That's what you got to do. Do the little things, especially at this time of year. I mean, people seem to be a little bit more generous at this time of year, but it takes a little effort on your part. That says, you talk to the ring cameras. There's cameras everywhere, not just a ring camera on the, in front of their door. Some people have cameras up in front of their garage door. Some of them have them at the side of their house. Some of them, you don't know where a camera is. You got to watch what you do.
Oh man, that's irritating.
Whether you're a gig driver or someone who delivers a mail or a package or whatever, you really got to watch what you do these days, because you're always being watched.
Oh yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin, welcome in. Yeah. You're dashing in Florida too. Love it. Yes, you agree. Put the customer first. Give them a good experience. Have you ever done that in for a penny? Have you ever tried that? Speaking to one of those Ring cameras up there. You know, if it lights up, you say, you know, hey, I appreciate your business. Enjoy your whatever it is that they have, like Starbucks, for example. If they ordered Starbucks, enjoy your Starbucks. Have a great day. Have you ever tried that before? You know, try that one time if you haven't. See what happens. See if your tips increase. I mean, you have? Okay. Yeah, I learned that from Dashing Across America. You know, he's the one that taught me to do that. I mean, I once had a customer rating of 4.67, and I had to ask myself, what in the world was I doing wrong? You know, I couldn't understand it, and I didn't know what it was I was doing. I didn't know why I was getting such low ratings. But after I watched Chuck for the first time and saw what he did, I thought, you know what? I think I'm going to try that, because he was getting extra tips. So I thought, okay, I'm going to try that and see what happens. And then, you know, ever since I tried that, I've never looked back. I've never looked back. I mean, I've gotten more tips on Uber than I have on, on DoorDash this last year. And I haven't done Uber very long at all. I've only done it for like 2 or 3 months, and I've gotten more tips on Uber than I have on DoorDash, all because I've done that. I think some of these Uber customers, you know, here that are like, they're probably blown away by what I'm doing because they've never seen anybody do it before. And, you know, just like on the Purdue Dash, I got an extra $15 tip. You know, some of these guys are giving extra $7 tips, extra $9 tips, you know, all on account because of taking that extra time and showing your appreciation. And, you know, just saying a small thing, just a positive, encouraging words. That's all people need to hear. You know, some people need to hear some encouraging words. Some people need to, you know, maybe that's all it takes, you know, to turn your day around. It's all it takes is to turn someone else's day around, is to hear an encouraging word from someone else. Maybe that's all that they need. You know? Because if you say something encouraging to somebody and it changes their day, well, they're going to remember that, and then they're going to reward the person who did it. But even if that person isn't the one that rewards you, you will be rewarded in a different way because it was recorded. You know, it was recorded that you did it, and then that seed is being nurtured and prepared for you in a different way that's going to benefit you, because you will come out, you know, because that seed harvest is going to come towards you, you know, in a better way than the seed that you sowed. All because you did the small things. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, there are some customers, like I said, that are so fussy, and do they deserve good service? Maybe, maybe not. You know, but, you know, you just, unfortunately, some things you just have to accept what they are. You know, I mean, you just can't please everybody, but you can turn some of, I mean, if you really know how, you can turn some of the fussiest, most rude customers into customers that respect you. I've had that happen once before. I mean, I was working it was room service in a motel. There was this one guy that was really upset because it took so long, but I had to explain to him that they were shorthanded downstairs and a lot of orders, and there was nothing I could do. I mean, I had to tell him in a calm voice, you know, I just said, I apologize. I said, you know, they, as shorthanded as they are, they did what they could. And, you know, I'm sorry that your service was, you know, not to your expectation. And if you say it in a way that's respectful, and you say it in a way that de-escalates the situation, then they're kind of, you know, they're kind of like, you know, they take a step back and they say, wait a minute now, this guy's supposed to escalate it and make it worse. And he just de-escalated the situation. What's going on here? Maybe he really cares. Yeah, that's what they want, you know. Your goal is to de-escalate the situation, not make it worse. And that's what I try to do. All right.
Wasting resources.
Well, even still, it's just around 10:30. I mean, we still got a little bit of time here. So, I mean, I'm just glad I got the orders I got. And even though it's $21 right now, so we had that 21 and 31, that's 52 plus 8, so we're right at $60 right now. That's what we're at. We're at $60 at this point.
They must be enforcing the law. I don't know what he's doing. He's just sitting in his police vehicle.
So I'm just going to turn this off right now because it is getting a little warm, like he said. So we're going to turn this down a little bit.
You know,
Okay.
they paved the driveway
There we go.
with cement, and they were breaking apart the bracing. You know, the 2x4s and stuff. Down the side, bracing. Looks like they were tearing the bracing off.
But welcome into all these guys here. We're just waiting. We're just waiting on an order right now. I've got Each Day with Dean as a simulcast today. He's going for 1K, so we're kind of helping him out with that. But yeah, guys, I mean, just showing these little things and, you know, talking about preparation for 2026 because, yeah, I just feel it's so essential for everybody to prepare for that year. I mean, really, it just, yep, it doesn't sound good with a phone call like that. Okay. All right. But we'll just sit here for a couple minutes, and if we don't get anything, then we'll move. We'll do the tornado garden trick, and we'll move. I mean, it's not 11 o'clock yet, so it's still technically not really lunch, you know, for a couple places yet. So, I mean, Jimmy John's and Subway serve lunch right now. I mean, I haven't had a Jimmy John's order yet. I mean, I haven't even had an Uber order yet. Let me look at Uber real quick. Anything going on there? All right, no. Okay. It says $5 extra for completing your 5 tips starting at 11.
Yeah, I went to school with
Okay. Well, if I get 5 Uber trips starting at 11 o'clock all day, I get an extra $5. So, but you got to give me orders, Uber, but it's not 11 o'clock yet, so. Yeah. But you got to give me orders, Uber. You got to give me orders. You can't just not give me anything. But if you're waiting until 11 o'clock, that's fine. I'll take my 5, get my extra $5, everything that I can use today. I've got family coming over today. I got my daughter and grandson coming over to celebrate Christmas that we should have celebrated a couple days ago. But because I had to work all 3 days, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the day after, you know, we have to celebrate today. So I just got the short end of the stick this year when it came to working on the holidays. So, but it's okay. I mean, it is what it is. As long as I get to spend time with them, that's all that matters. So hopefully I'll get a nice picture of the 3 of us, and I'll be able to show that to you in a post later on, so you guys can see. You guys, I don't think have seen my daughter and my grandson, and you know, you guys will be able to see them and see the family. Yeah. Because see, my daughter and grandson, they spend you know, the holidays with their big family that they have, and because my daughter, her mom is one of 9 siblings, so my daughter's got a really enormous family. She's got aunts and uncles and all kinds of cousins and second and third cousins and things like. Yeah, she's got a really big family. So I'm so happy that she was born into that. You know, she was born in the opposite of me, you know, not having a family, because she's got a great family. She's got a half brother that always watches over her. So, you know, I mean, he was always protective of his half sister. He always has been. Yeah. And I'm kind of glad of that. You know. So.
Are you enjoying the app? And it gives you the thumbs up or the thumbs down, and you got to hit it to go to the next. To go to back to the home screen.
Okay, well, we're just gonna sit here for a couple minutes, and then we'll just go and like I said, we'll do the tornado garden trick, and then we'll drive around and maybe we'll get something. So we'll see here. Just sit here for another minute. It says Duncan is taking them and somewhere else. They're not open yet. Yeah, they got listed as a hotspot, a place that isn't open yet. Doesn't open for another 15 minutes. Now, why would they do that?
51 items. 10 miles.
No, I would not take that. 51 items, 10 miles. I don't know about that.
I just can't believe that nothing's come across Grubhub, man. That's very unusual for a Sunday not to get any offers at all.
The bread man, Kevin. There's a lot of Kevins coming in here today. I was thinking about leaving delivering trucks to this type of delivery, but I kind of don't want people to deal with on this kind of delivery. Yeah, but bread man Kevin, I mean, the thing about it is most of your deliveries, most of them, the majority, I would say about maybe 70% of your deliveries are just to the door. You know, that's all it is. You just get out, take it to the door, take a picture, and you're done. You know, and if you see a ring camera, you just say thank you. You say, thank you for ordering, or whatever it is you want to say that gives them a positive saying, I appreciate you as a customer. Just do that. That's all it is. That's all it takes. Now there will be those that, that you do hand it to, but that's not all that bad either. I mean, but most of it, but the majority of it, 70% is just taking it to the door. That's it. Take it to the door, take a picture, you're done. Just like that. The snap of a finger. The only thing you got to be concerned about is how much gas you're spending. You just want to make sure that you take take orders that make sense. Don't take those upside down orders. Stuff that's like $3 for 6 miles, stuff like that. You don't want to take that because that's 50 cents a mile. If you take $9, for like 4 miles, that's a little different. You're making more than $2 a mile. That's what you do. So whatever it is that makes sense. You want to take orders that make sense. And when you do that, that's what's going to be the most profitable for you. Heading out, happy dashing and happy new year. Glad I found your channel. Take care. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome at any time. Yeah, I appreciate you joining. Thank you very much. Yeah. We're happy to see you again. Maybe somebody will give you a gift membership, and we'll see you in the membership place. So yeah, we'll see about that, guys. All right, we're gonna do the tornado garden trick here. Just pause orders. We'll just drive around a little bit, and then just sit here for a second, and I'll just wait for that to time out for a minute, and then we'll go and drive around.
Go down another mile, and then turn and go down a half a mile, and then go down the road that they lived on. Yeah, it was the road wasn't even in the address wasn't even in the GPS because it was a brand new road.
All right.
There's like 4 houses.
Just sit here for a second here.
And they were one of the first.
It's gonna be a real busy intersection up here because a lot of people like to come up here to go to Starbucks. Starbucks is busy, not getting any orders from there, but they're still busy. I'm surprised I only had one order from the Starbucks I had earlier today. That was just only one. I was surprised at that because usually I get a lot of Starbucks orders on Sunday. But not today. But we'll see. It's still young yet. So.
The groceries down at the front door, and the youngsters would take them and carry them inside.
Okay, here we go. Zoom it here. All right, we'll just drive around. Maybe we'll get something. All right.
They said, "Oh yeah, they like to help." I said, "Well, that's good. Youngsters nowadays, they don't want to do nothing."
Exactly. Yeah, Dean, you're right. There's a lot of youngsters today that don't want to do nothing. They want something for nothing. It don't work like that.
While he was on duty,
it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I mean, in a small town.
I mean, to get things that you want these days, it takes good old hard work, a little bit of labor. Yes. Yeah, see, that it worked. Okay, McDonald's. Which one, though?
No, he is on duty. Yeah, he is on duty.
Of course. Okay.
No, he's out there taking pictures.
All right, so I've got to go up to, so I got to take the highway and go up to that one.
Then turn right onto Lee
All right.
Boulevard. Drive south on Progress Park.
Well, maybe I'll get an Uber up there. Who knows? Because by that time, then some places up there will be open. So just going to go up here, turn around, and here I know how to get there. So yeah, I'll just have to turn around up here. Here, I'll just park right here and turn around up here instead of having to go in there. Okay.
I don't even like doing the surveys.
Yes. This location is being monitored live and recorded. Yeah, I know that. And that's fine. All I'm doing is turning around. That's all I'm doing. Yeah.
Does it work?
As I told you guys, everything you say and do is being recorded. I mean, you see right here, I said there's a sign there. It says the place is monitored. You don't know where cameras are. That's why I say when you serve customers, you don't know where a camera is. Make sure that you're doing the right thing and saying the right thing. You'll be rewarded if you say the right thing and they appreciate it. because it's happened with me. Okay, let's take the highway and go up there.
Yeah, that one, of course.
It's going to an apartment up there too. Well, not, yeah, is it an apartment? Yeah, I think it is.
On how to get to their house where the map is messed up. Yeah, this one did, because they had delivered to the wrong house before. One person before.
Oh, that's not
right
good.
Before me had taken it to them, delivered to the wrong house. I was the only person that was able to figure out where their house was.
No, that's not good. To deliver the wrong house, that's not good at all.
I mean, I got
That's
there and I
bad.
got in the right place. I said, "There's no way."
That is not good.
That driveway, so that's
Yeah.
when I called her. And she goes,
That is
"You're
not
over
good."
in that driveway, aren't you, on such and such road?" I said, "Nope." She says, "That's not the road."
right.
I said, "I figured it was." I said, "But I wasn't sure if I had to come
You
in
ever
from that,
ate someone order for?
400 or whatever the,
Have I?
from 500,
Well,
600, 800, wherever the other road
that
is.
you asked that question.
Actually come up on 30 miles.
If you go back and look at my Ohio State dash, the first one,
This is the curbside time.
the first dash, it was Tuesday. It was the morning dash I did on Tuesday, the first Ohio State dash. And if you see on that dash, it said that I delivered 2 pizzas to a cornfield. Okay? Yeah, a cornfield. 3 different apps told me that was the address.
$30, I mean, like me.
3 different navigation apps told me that was the address. I called support, and support said, and told support, hey, I got 3 apps saying the same thing, that this is the address. This is a cornfield. This is not the address. So they said to me, okay, well, if they're all agreeing and it's not the address, well, then we'll go ahead and cancel the order, since you're at a place to where, there's a big discrepancy. And yeah, so they said that they canceled the order. Of course, I won't get paid for it, but we canceled the order. And then they said on there, and I showed everybody on the screen, and it said, kindly dispose in a safe manner. They did not say to take it to a merchant. I even confirmed to it, I don't have to take it to merchant. They said, no, you don't. And I've got that on camera where they said that. And so, needless to say, it was to a Papa John's pepperoni pizza. So if you want to say having someone else's order, if they told me to dispose of it in a certain way, well, they didn't want to necessarily say that I could have it. They just said it in a way, kindly dispose of it in a manner. So there's the answer to your question. That was a legitimate way, because if support said, don't take it to the merchant, just dispose of it, because you're not getting paid for it. So, yeah. I mean, that's the difference between DoorDash and Uber. DoorDash would have paid me for that, but they would have told me to take the order back to the merchant, and get a refund for it. Uber, they just said, well, you're not getting paid, we're going to cancel it, but, we're not going to pay you for it. Yeah, that's the difference.
I don't even know if they will have this stuff in stock. They have shelf repair. Pizzas.
Because in a sense, they consider it a loss, but it's only because I had 3 apps, 3,
30 miles.
that all agreed that was the address when it wasn't.
And shopping for 43 items.
If you got 3 apps that agree, whereas the in-app, the Google Maps and Waze, if they all agree that it's the same address, then there's obviously a problem somewhere. And it was probably an incorrect address that was entered on their part. So, because you got 3 that agree. Then the place after that, the next order that got them the double technical was, it was, the place that I was going, it was the, it was the right, they were having me going to the right place to deliver it, but it was the wrong address that was entered. Because the Google map took me to a different place, whereas the in-app wanted me to go to another place, so that was conflicting. But the Google Maps said I was at the right place when the other map said that I wasn't. But I mean, it was the right place I was supposed to deliver when I finally got to the location that the in-app was. It was just the wrong address entered. It was not the right street name. They entered the street name wrong, which is the reason why there was the confusion.
$70. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I can't even get to the right screen because the screen's not right.
So I mean, that was, that was the fun that I had on Tuesday, was delivering those two. Yeah, that was back-to-back blunders, which caused the double technical, causing the dash to resume on Saturday instead of Tuesday night when it should have, because Uber had to serve the penalty for those blunders. So, and I had done everything right too. I had cleared the cache, and they just had an update. So I did both of those. I didn't use the app until both those things were done. So yeah.
He's getting to the curb.
All right. Go here and pick this up, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, here we go.
Let's see. You had 50 straight on-time deliveries. Your customers appreciate getting their orders fresh and on time. Oh,
so you customers got good, regular file protest. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, but you had to do it, Indy. I'm sorry, I had to do it. I mean, it was just, you have to do it.
Are you sure about that, DoorDash?
Lost time is lost money.
I don't believe that you're sure about
Yeah.
that. Got any promos? Oh, I do, but...
I mean, Penn State got double technical. Yeah. So that had to do. And Nebraska also had double technical also. So
drive south. Then turn right onto West Rampart Road.
So it wasn't just Ohio State. It was Nebraska and Penn State also had double technicals.
Turn left
So
onto Fountain Lake Drive.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually shocked that I got 145 deliveries done.
So it was 3 of them. There's Michael Else. Welcome in. All right. Yeah, we're having taking a McDonald's order up here just before the lunch hour starts. Okay. So we're delivering to a house up here. As soon as I turn the corner.
Maybe done. 11 o'clock. Maybe done. I have to just wait till 4 o'clock.
Turn left onto Fountain Lake Drive. Then turn right.
All right.
Person shopping though.
I think the refs like calling the T too fast.
Turn right to stay on Fountain Lake Drive West.
Yeah.
When they got across the street, and then.
Well, Indy, I said, Indy, I said, it's too bad they did that. Indiana didn't get a double, because if Indiana would have had a double technical, you would have heard Bob Knight throwing his chair clear across the free throw lane. I still have that.
1699 Fountain Lake Drive West.
Okay.
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the right.
Okay. Oh, there it is, right here. Okay.
That was in the middle of the.
All right. All right, there you go. You can go ahead and go around now if you want.
Tore up my underpinning.
You delivering here too? Looks like it.
Part of my plastic
Might be
shield
two
bag
people delivering here.
rolled, and he went
If
away.
there's, oh no, they're delivering Amazon across the street. All right, I'll be right back.
I ran over, I tried to run over him, run over him, not run over.
Okay, just as I was taking a picture up there, we hadn't completed it yet. I got a Jimmy John's order from Uber Eats. It counts as a dirty stack. We have a dirty stack going on right now, everybody. There will be a drawing tonight, or whenever I have the drawing. I don't know if it'll be tonight because I'm spending time with my family today, but there will be a drawing. So,
That don't even count me going to it. Right? Brody don't
okay,
count
so we're going to Jimmy John's.
to the facility.
So
So
I got to get on the highway and head back.
37.
So $6 Uber order. So, yep.
$3.
So we have a dirty stack going on right now. Yep. Doing dishes. You've been doing dishes and cleaning the kitchen. All right, Mike. Hey, if you ever seen Tornado Garden, he will do live streams doing dishes. He'll just stand and look at the camera, just doing dishes in front of everyone, just acting nonchalant about it, and just act like it's not a big deal. And I know that he's had a lot of comments on that. Say a man who does the dishes is a good man that takes care of his home. Yeah. And he just acts like it's no big deal, but it's fun to watch when he does it. It really is. He just looks at the camera. It's like, hey, just going by doing dishes, doing my little duty here. I don't mind showing this is something that I do. Yeah.
Now I'm down to 6% AR on
Okay, so
it. Yeah, Uber wasn't refreshed. That was what was wrong. So that was what we got on the road.
In a quarter mile,
okay,
turn
you
left
use
on
paper
North Riley
plates.
Highway.
Yes, I have several friends that do that. Mrs. Paula does retirement. Yeah.
9 for 9 going 9.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And yeah, I enjoy it. I love joy watching it. It's just like, you're just nonchalantly doing it, and it's like, it's just something that you do. You miss doing your lives. You have to figure out videos to make. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, we miss those those action lives. I'll tell you what. It was fun watching those on Saturday night, doing your action lives. You had all kinds of people watching. There were times, when you had those lives. There was one time you had like 500 people watching at the same time. I was like, man, he's got something going here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know where it's going.
But that's what people like. They like action. They like stuff moving. They like seeing things going on. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Especially when it goes to, especially comes to action, like in a lot of, videos that involve, emergency services. That people like watching that. Yeah.
For $40.
So, oh.
Going 15 miles.
All right. So now I've got to go here and,
Wow. 112 items.
112 items. There ain't no way I would take that. Absolutely no way. That's way too many items. There's no way, John.
37.
All right, hold on, guys. I'll be right back in. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just had to end up here for a second, but yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go pick up this order here right now. Let's see. See, Bess was like 800 watching with 93,000 views in 3 hours. Got 1,000 watch hours on that live. Oh, I bet you did. Because I remember watching you do all that. That was awesome. That really was. Because everybody watched that. Yeah. Because that was a Saturday night, I believe, and I was at my W2, and I was watching you. I was like, man, he's really...
In 2 miles, take right exit 116 onto Indiana 9 track toward Indiana 44.
Yeah. I mean, that was something. I mean, I just saw all those people on there. I was like, but yeah, there was, I don't know what was going on that night, but there was something really big going on. And everybody was watching it. It was like, wow, 1,000 watch hours just that one night. Yeah, I'll bet you did. Yeah. But that type of stuff gets action. And as a matter of fact, I mean, Roy was putting up, police videos lately. And I think one of them, he said, got 25,000 views because that's what people like to watch these days. I mean, you see programs like SWAT, CIS, and all that stuff. That's what people watch. That's what gets views. People like that stuff. That's the reason why they that stuff gets views and gets all kinds of comments and stuff. I think that's why Roy did so well on that video. I mean, he said he didn't expect to do that well, but he sure did.
Take right exit 116 onto Indiana 9 track toward Indiana 44.
If you get bored, you can make short of it. Well, yeah. Yeah, some of those old videos you have, you can make shorts out of, absolutely. Especially if you save them. I mean, just because you hadn't, really shown, done a whole lot for a while, it doesn't mean that you have to stop cold turkey. You can find some way to, to get back in the game by making some shorts. I mean, I think people view shorts more now than they do actual videos. So, yeah. I mean, live streams and shorts seem to be the things that people watch. Videos not so much anymore. I mean, I've noticed that. I mean, just like the short that I put up last night that, that DoorDash had, that YouTube decided to, to cut out. That was the perfect one. And I noticed that, and I put that up at a little after 11 o'clock. And then all of a sudden I get up to start my dash at 4 o'clock. I already had 800 views on that. And I was like, I wasn't expecting to get that many views in that short a time. I was like, I couldn't, I was like, but I mean, it's just such a simple thing that I know that, that if people would just look at that and just go, I mean, all I'm saying is go the extra mile. You don't know what might happen. You see, Julio, welcome in, Julio. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a nice little vehicle that I drive here. It's a good dashing vehicle. Yeah. Thank you.
In a quarter mile, turn left on Progress Parkway using the left lane.
But yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah, we're just, I'm going to get a Jimmy John's Uber Eats order right now. So. Yeah, I think, okay.
Turn left on Progress Parkway.
All right. And this Uber Eats is not going that far, so that's a good thing. Okay.
Turn right on Marketplace Boulevard, then turn right.
Okay. But yeah, it's just like, just takes, especially if there's some things that people like, you find out what people like the most, and that's what I told Roy. I mean, when he put that first, police video out, I said, Roy, please put more of this stuff out. You're going to get views because people like that stuff. And so then he put on the second one and then he got all those views. It's like, man, Yes, I wasn't expecting that. And I said, well, like I said, people like that these days, because if they didn't, they wouldn't be watching SWAT and CSI and Blue Bloods and stuff like that if they didn't like that stuff. So, all right, let me go get this order. I'll be right back. Okay, so there it is. All right. Confirm the pickup. All right.
Head to your drop-off at 1039 Meridian Street.
Okay. Is it an apartment there? Has a goose on it. Okay. Yeah. Has a goose on it. All right. Well, the goose that I know, Dashing Goose. Yeah, I think he'd be interested in that. Okay. Yeah. Must says has a goose on the porch or something. Okay. All right. All right. All right, guys. Here we go. Take this Uber offer. All right. Yeah, it's good to do an Uber every now and then, just so that you see it. But this is part of the Dirty Stack. So like I said, when we do have the, when we do part 2, whether it's tonight or one night this week, it could be Thursday night, possibly.
In a quarter mile, turn right on East Michigan
I don't know.
Road.
We'll see. But like I
Turn
said,
right
we
on
are
East
having the
State
party
Road
today.
44.
So, with my daughter, so it may have to be on a different night. But either way as it goes, whenever it is, there will be we will have the Dirty Stack drawing, because it happened right at the last second. I was taking the picture, and if I take the picture, it still counts. So, yeah. Because it interrupted me while I was trying to take the picture, and it still counted. So. All right. Yeah, still got a little ways to go before I get up there. now when I get up here too, they could do one of two things. Especially if it's DoorDash. They could have me deliver at Little Caesars or the Miller Avenue Dollar General. If I'm up in that area, they tend to like to do that. So, but I had to pause DoorDash. So, all right. Okay, well, we'll see what happens when we get up here, but yeah. It's just nice to break the ice and from DoorDash and just, do an Uber every now and then. Maybe I go up here and get another Uber, who knows. Uber tends to be pretty active around this time, especially with a lot of Jimmy John's orders. That's the majority of your orders here is Jimmy John's. For Uber, that is. Hey, there's Roy. Welcome in, Roy. Yep. Yeah, we were just talking about you, Roy. I said, Indy here was talking about all his stuff. I said, you DoorDash in Michigan? No, Indiana. This is Indiana. Yeah, we were talking.
Quarter-mile turn left on South Harrison Street.
You were talking, Roy, about that video that got so many views on there that you never thought would get that many views. But, like I said before, that type of thing people like. And, that's why you got so many views for it. And, people like that stuff.
Left on South Harrison Street.
Talking about my vet, yeah. But it's always good, Roy. Everything is good. Not a thing is ever said negative about you. I always encourage people to watch. Hey, you want to see a good puppet in action? Hey, let's watch Just Roy Delivers. Yeah. So you never know what comes on there. Hey, we even got some new puppets. Yeah. Yeah, I'm anxious to see what you talked about. About what you're going to name your rabbit. Oh man. This should be a good one. That should be interesting what you name your yeah. Wait, you're having me turn down there? I'm surprised it's got me going up here. It's not having me turn on this one street. It's having me go straight. I don't know why.
In a quarter-mile turn right on Jefferson Avenue.
All right, well, whatever. That's weird. Yeah. Absolute weird. I never would have thought they wanted me to turn on this street.
Jefferson Avenue.
Yeah. Never would have thought they wanted me to turn on this street here. Okay. Do I wait? Yeah, I think I better.
Just ahead, turn right on 4th Street.
Yeah, but I gotta wait for this person to come up first. That's the only thing about this street. It's too narrow. Okay. I mean, I could have come up the other way too, but I think it was faster to go this way.
Turn right on 4th Street.
All right. And then this road here, you see how it's slanted one way on one side and slanted another way on another side.
Turn right on Meridian Street.
Yeah, this is one of those roads that's weird to drive on like that. I mean, you can literally see that if you drive here in the middle, you see one side is slanted one way and one is slanted the other way. Okay. And we can only park on the right-hand side.
Drop off on the left.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I still got to walk a little bit, but that's okay. All right. All right. Be right back. Looks like Toledo, Ohio. No, this is Shelbyville, Indiana. I got to fix this rubber band here. All right. All right, hold on. All right, there we go. Now this is Shelbyville, Indiana is where we're at. Mike, welcome in. All right, I'll be right back while I deliver this. All right, that completes the dirty stack. All right. Now we got another mic. Now there's nothing stupid about this, so we'll just have to, sorry about that. Okay. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and play the song because the dirty stack has been completed, so let's do it. Okay. Successful dirty stack. All right. All right. Okay, so the dirty stack is completed, so there we go. Let's see, this is a rough little area here, but we're able to go. All right. Okay, well, I'm surprised that they haven't given me a dollar general or anything like that here. I'm surprised at that. Oh, well. Well, they still could, but... Because usually they like to, when I go halfway down Howard Street, sometimes they like to go ahead and throw it on me then. So, even though I'm already here now. Oh, let's see what we got. Oh, Papa John's. All right, that'll work. All right, you can do Papa John's instead. That'll be good. All right, let's go. $5, but it's not that bad. Yeah. All right, do a little Papa John's action. Okay. I'm gonna have to clear that up again because I got a little bit of stuff that's from. Okay. I don't know if that made it any better or. Okay. A little Papa John's action coming up now.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto East Broadway Street. Turn right onto East Broadway Street, State Route 44.
Okay. All right, they're going to turn. Make sure that they were turning because I didn't know if they were going to. Okay.
Continue for a half mile.
All right. Yeah, a little $5 Papa John's action sounds pretty good, so we'll go ahead and do that.
In a quarter mile, 510 East Broadway Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Yep. Last time I had a Papa John's order, I delivered to a cornfield, but I don't know if DoorDash will do that, so.
510 East Broadway Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Oh, we got the green light. Okay, good. All right. All right, so we'll go around here. Ready for some pizza. Looks like there's only one car here. I guess I could probably expect that for 11:30. 2 cars. Looks like nobody picking up anything. All right, I'll be right back. while I was in there, I got a $2.15 order that was going. It was a Maya's Mexican Grill order that was going over to my W-2, and whoever ordered it over there was only going to give me a 15-cent tip. So yeah, I mean, on a different crew, I said, I think that if I work with you, I think I'm a little bit worth more than a 15-cent tip. So you're not getting anything from me. Okay. All right. I mean, you make pretty good money there. I mean, I think you can do a little bit better than a 15-cent tip. Now, come on. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that would kill to make the kind of money that you make, and you don't want to tip your driver. Yeah, you got a little issue with that, I think. Yeah. Okay, we're handing it to the customer. Well, that's typical. Okay, we'll go ahead and do this.
Drive south on South Vine Street, then turn right onto East Broadway Street.
Always tip well. Yeah, David, I see you. Hey, Martin, welcome in. Yeah, Ponzi. Let's see, what else you had? Indie Gig Life. Hate when it's slow. You take runs you only wouldn't take for cases of water. Oh, man, I don't like cases of water. Oh, those are always the worst. Yeah, I hate cases of water.
Continue for a half mile.
Welcome in, Martin. Welcome in, David. Thank you for joining. Yeah. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, we're just taking this Papa John's order here. I mean, it would have been nice to do the another dirty stack there, but I mean, if somebody at my W-2 can't afford any more than 15 cents, no. And Maya's
turn left onto South Harrison Street.
That's not exactly cheap to order from there either. I mean, I don't work on that crew, but still, I mean, you're okay. Now they're offering $4.
Turn left onto South Harrison Street. Stay clear.
Now that's a little bit better, but Uber's taking care of it. So I'm just gonna wait, and I feel like if they take it from me, they take it from me. So I'll just go ahead and take it. But if they take it, they take it. So
turn right onto West South Street.
Okay. All right. No, that's not it. Yeah, that's Taylor. Yeah.
Turn right onto West South Street.
Yeah, I gotta see who it is, that didn't tip. All right, come on, hurry up. I got a dirty stack going on here. Supposedly. Just for fun, I want to find out who this is that made Uber give $2 more. Yeah, I want to see who this is. I mean, I don't know everybody from this crew, but I'm just curious.
Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Okay. Yeah, you really got my...
South Tompkins Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Right here. Okay. Right here. All right. All right, drop this off. Be right back. Yeah, a lot of the pizza places have. All right, I'll be right back. Yes, I know customers waiting on order, but I said they can do it on my time, especially if someone decides over there doesn't want to tip. So, I mean, they can wait. It's not their lunchtime yet anyway.
Turn left on West Locust Street.
I mean, it seems like, when we're over there at my they have competition as to say that which crew is the best.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on South
and it's
Noble
like,
Street.
well, it shouldn't be about competition. It should be about, getting the job done and doing the things that you need to do to get the job done, instead of saying, well, we're competing with one another, who's the best crew. It isn't about that. It's about everybody working together, making sure that the order gets delivered to the right and make sure that it's quality. Because a lot of the stuff that's been produced lately has been less than quality, to say the least. All right, come on now. I really got to turn here because I've got to get to this order. But I mean, I just feel like this though. I mean, if Uber says I'm not getting there fast enough, and if they want to take it, that's okay. I'm not worried about it. So.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on East Broadway Street using the right lane.
Pizza Hut is really terrible anymore. I'd rather go to a local family-run place. Well, yeah, most of your mom and pop pizza places are the best. I mean, they are, because they take care of their pizzas. I mean, one of my favorites was always Luca. Yeah, I always liked
Turn right
them.
on East Broadway Street.
Chicago's has always been good too. I'll tell you what though, if you go to Franklin, what do we got going on here? Somebody's trying to turn here, and what's going on? Somebody's stuck? Uh-oh, looks like they had a wreck here. Somebody's hurt. Looks like somebody's hurt. So we were going to pay your driver not being fast enough. I don't think so. I said, yeah, well, and that's the same thing with DoorDash too. DoorDash is, Uber is not as big on that as DoorDash is. Okay, this is DoorDash's philosophy on your on-time rate. Okay, yeah, DoorDash is the one that has the on-time rate. Okay, this is their philosophy on it. Okay, yeah, your customer is expected to have their stuff on time, no matter what obstacle is in the way. Your customer is more important than that obstacle. Okay, if you have to wait on a train, sorry, that's not an excuse. You're penalized for not being on time. If you're waiting for a school bus, which is required by law, sorry, that is not an excuse. You have to, you're not on time. That still penalizes you, even though you had to wait on school bus. That's still not an excuse. Okay, and bad weather. Sometimes that's not considered into consideration. Road construction, that's not an excuse. Especially if the app doesn't pick up
Turn right on East State Road 44.
If the app does not pick up on the fact that there's construction and on that one street, it's not an excuse. No. Yeah, so your on-time rate, I mean, no matter what it is that you got to go through, if they say that you're not on time, even though you got to go through that, and, even though you fight it, sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. I mean, this on-time rate is just like Domino's used to be. You had to have that order delivered. You had to have that order delivered by a certain amount of time, because if you weren't there on time, then you were fired. Yeah, if you were a delivery driver, you didn't have that order on time, you were fired. Yeah. And there were too many drivers that were getting into wrecks, getting tickets and things like that, all because of that on-time rate. You know, it's a ridiculous concept. It really is. And no platform, doesn't matter what it is, should do something like that. Not one. Yeah. Let's see. Texas is a desert. Let's see. We got a fish, dude. Hey, welcome in. Appreciate it, guys. Welcome in, guys. About to go into Maya's Mexican Grill and delivering it to my W2. I'm just anxious to see who it is that ordered this. I'm really anxious to see. How's the payday going? It could be a little better. I mean, I finally, get into the $70 range. So yeah, we still got a little bit of time left. So yeah, I mean, it's done a little better than what I thought it was doing. And I'm kind of glad I came back here because I was tired of waiting in Franklin. I really was. I was tired of waiting there. And plus, Uber's in here too. I've gotten 2 Uber offers here. So, and this would make a second dirty stack if I can get in here. Yeah. But first of all, I got to make sure that, that nobody else picked up the order because, they were saying, hey, customers waiting on the order. And it's like, well, the thing is, it's not their lunchtime yet. Their lunch doesn't start until 12 o'clock. They say, well, I want it there when we get there. I said, you'll get it when it gets there. Yeah. See, I'm from Dallas. This is not Dallas. Nope, it's not. This is Shelbyville, Indiana. That's where we're at today. We were in Franklin earlier today, but I ended up coming here because Franklin got slow, and I got an indication from notification from from DoorDash that Shelbyville was busy, so I moved and came out here instead. All right, I got to park here because there was no place to park over there. Okay, I'm going to go pick this up, and I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I don't recognize the name, so all right, we'll see here. All right. Like I said, I don't know a whole lot of people on that crew, so. All right. Okay. Hey, Jay, you're working now. Okay. Not supposed to be 85 to 90 in wintertime. I said, no, it isn't. Right now it's 66 here, but it'll be 26 tomorrow. All right.
Head to your drop-off at 400 Walker Street.
Yep. And I knew it. My W-2. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, I knew it. Like I said, I don't recognize the name. Oh, I don't. Sorry, Uber, I am not doing $2. I don't care if it is close by. I'm not doing $2. No, Uber. No. Okay. It's bad enough I took this offer here. It started at $2.15. Well, yeah, you offered a couple more dollars for it because, my even though it's a different crew, my coworker decided to just offer me 15 cents for a tip. So, yeah. Well, you had to give me an extra $2 only because they wanted to give me 15 cents. And I certainly am not going to take a $2 offer. No. Not happening. Yeah, that is definitely not happening. Yeah. I don't know what department this person works in, on this crew, but, I'm just literally surprised that all they wanted to offer was 15 cents for a tip. This is a lot of stuff they got here. You're probably talking about maybe 50, 60, maybe more dollars worth of stuff here. Yeah, this is a lot of stuff they ordered. And you only want to give 15 cents? Really? Maybe I ought to tell them, you know what? I said a D crew person, a D crew person just delivered to you. I wonder what they'd say then. Super chat smart. Well, all right, guys. Yep. All right. Wow. Sorry, but your coworker, even though it's a different crew, it's worth a little more than 15 cents, especially with all this food you got here. Uber had to pay me an extra $2 just to take the order. Because probably no other driver wanted to take it. Every other offer, every other driver probably thumbed their nose at it and said, you know what, so we deliver to this place all the time, but if all they're going to offer is 15 cents, there isn't a driver that's going to take that offer. But yet this is one of their big customers, because like I said, one of my coworkers the other day said, that you can make money here in Shelbyville if everybody from this plant orders. And, and he's right. You can make money here if everybody offered here, because a lot of them do order here. And it's not that far from most of these places. I mean, they're right here in the central. Even if you went up a little bit north or you went a little bit east still, it's not that far. It's pretty convenient for them too. I mean, if they don't want to bring their stuff in because, the refrigerators they have, they're so stuffed full, nobody can really put anything in the refrigerator these days. So everybody goes and orders out.
In a quarter mile, turn right on South Vine Street.
So, yeah. Super chance we need to go. It's a bot. Yeah, you're out of here. Yeah.
Turn right on South Vine Street,
Yeah.
then turn left on East Jackson Street.
No, that's all right. I pretty much take care of all that. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I say if there's bots and trolls and stuff, yeah, I pretty much take care of that. That's why everybody's asking, you know, somebody came in here asking, you know, can I please be a mod? Can I please be a mod? And it's like, it's,
South Walnut Street.
you know, you have to basically, you know, to be a mod, you got to be in my live several times, and I need to see you live.
Turn left on East Washington Street, then turn right on North Walnut Street.
My W-2 is right down here. I know how to get there.
Turn left on East Franklin Street.
No.
Turn right on North Walnut
All I have
Street.
to do is just go straight down here, park in Village Pantry, and just walk over there. Yeah. I know where my W-2 is.
Walker Street.
There you go. Yep.
Turn left on Walker Street, then drop off.
All right. Okay, park right next door here. Just walk it over there. All right, guys. Pick it up right over here and make it a little easier, and I shall return. Okay, so we got $21 on Uber and we got $61 on DoorDash, so we're sitting at $82 right now. Yeah. We're going to have to fix that hole right there. Well, they got plenty of time to do that in the rebuild. What is it, a car plant though? No, it's a plant that sells household products. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's a, I do quality control for those household products. So, yeah, that's what I do. So, yeah. All right. Let's see, we'll go this way, I think. Yeah. In case I get a Starbucks or an Applebee's or something. And even if I get something else, I can, turn around up here. So, yeah. Okay. So we got DoorDash back on right now. So, okay. But yeah, I got all the, after I delivered that off, I got that, all the base pay from DoorDash. I'm sure that they say, congratulations, you received a 15-cent tip. Yay! Yeah, whopping 15 cents. Oh, well, yeah. I don't know, guys. It is what it is. And, I'm sure that Uber will look at that and then they'll get a real decent offer later on. So it could be an algorithm game. You just never know. You just never know. You don't know how these algorithm games are played on any of these platforms. Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah, I just got an. Let me see when I pull up here and see if that's what it said. I got to see if they say congratulations, you got a 15-cent tip. Oh, you gotta laugh at it, but it's okay. I mean, if your coworkers, if they think that a delivery driver is only worth 15 cents, especially with the money you make there, oh no, man, I just don't. I really don't. I mean, just imagine you being a delivery driver and someone offering you 15 cents. How would you feel? Especially if they make the money you make. I don't think you'd be too happy. Say see 50 cents, 85 is 85 short of a buck. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like they're saying, inadvertently saying in their mind, oh, you want a tip? Well, the only thing I can afford is 15 cents, so here you go. I don't know. I just don't. Because some of these people might think, well, if you're not driving that far, then you really don't need that much of a tip. Well, I mean, with the price of fuel, it's not what you think. Yeah. I mean, we're not out here for our health. We're just, we're out here to make a little money, especially for me today. I still got to stop by the store and pick up some things because my daughter and grandson are coming over today. So, yeah, I got to, prepare myself for that. Okay. Yeah, I just came this way just in case I might get something down here. So I'll turn and go there. Pretty Vivian, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah. Sitting at $82 right now, guys. What's your gas price around there? When I was in Franklin, it was $2.59. Here in Shelbyville, it's $2.79. So it's a 20-cent difference. But I mean, that's the lowest it's been in a long time, because most of the time it's been $3 or more. So, I mean, I'm just, grateful and thankful for the fact that it's under $3, because that's kind of unheard of here. It really is. And plus you got to look at how much your gas mileage is from, the car that you have. You just, figure your gas mileage and, figure the places that you're driving. That's why it's so imperative to, when you're looking at the orders that you get, decide what is, what makes sense and what doesn't. Because you got to compare that with your gas mileage. You don't want to be taking orders that, are upside down. You just don't want to do that. I mean, I'm right here by Jimmy John's. A good Jimmy John's order would be good right now. So that's why I stay close to here in case I get one, or a good Wingstop order would be good. But yeah, here in this town, most of the time the gas was over $3. So, all right. Boy, somebody needs to fix their car there. Okay. Okay, well, I'm right here by Jimmy John's. A good Jimmy John's order would be good right now. I'm right here. So, come on, Uber, you can give me one. I've taken a few orders from you today. Even took one I didn't really want to take. You have a V6 or a cylinder? 6. V6. Yeah, V6 is the way to go. I mean, I've had 4 cylinders, and I'll tell you what, a lot of those 4 cylinders I have did not last very long. Ah, we got an order. It's all orders accepted, but I'll tell you what, it's not, yeah. It's not good at all. It's 2 miles, but it's $2.44. Well, I have to take it because all DoorDash is accepted. So,
then,
yeah.
in 1,000 feet, turn left onto Serrano Road.
Come on, guys, let's get over this $2 hump. I mean, come on now. It's the,
in 300 feet, turn right.
I mean, we're coming up on the New Year's holiday. I mean, come on, have a little bit, more generosity than that. I mean, 15 cents, 44 cents. Come on, folks. We can do a little better than that. I mean, you can't even at least give $1,
Turn right.
Versus 15 cents. Now it's 44 cents.
1601 East Michigan Road, Shelbyville.
I mean, it's only like 3 or 4 items, but still.
United States will be on
I think
the
you
left.
can do a little better than 44 cents. Come on, folks. Jeez. I mean, you're paying somebody to shop for you. You could at least give them $1.
Drive west on East Michigan Road. Then, in a quarter mile, turn left. Drive north. Then turn right.
Okay, he was gonna he took my spot. All right, that's all right. Okay.
Turn right. Then turn right.
Why do I want to turn right when the store's right here? All right, guys, I'm gonna be right back. wasn't that bad a shopping order, I guess. I mean, I wish it was more than what they're offering me, but okay. Yeah, one item they needed wasn't on the shelf, but it was on the very, very top shelf that I had to ask an associate to, to get a ladder and get. And I say, yeah. Nice parking job. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, going a little bit there because I had to ask somebody to get something off the top shelf. Yeah, that's what that was. Okay, well, at least this isn't that far away. So, yeah. Yeah, they didn't have it in the original, and I was about to, take a hit on one parts of my shopping rate, but I saw it on the top shelf, and I couldn't get it, so I had to go get an associate to get, for them to get on a ladder and get it for me. That's what took so long. Yeah. I mean, but I agree. $20, see, for just for a 40-cent tip. I mean, come on, you got the right of way. Move it. You've got the right of way. You're turning right. Just go. All right. Yeah, this is one place that's really hard to see how to turn out of. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, yeah, I definitely want this side because I'm going, not too far from my W-2 again. But, I mean, it is, I mean, I'm okay with this. I mean, I really am. This is not that bad. I mean, at least it wasn't that far, even though it's only 44 cents. So that would put me at $84. Yeah. You delivered Chinese casual for 4 years. Tips varied from 20 cents to $10. Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing about, about tips these days. You just don't know. Yeah, you just don't know anymore. All right. Yeah, I always hate that when the original item that you need isn't on the shelf and you're ready to take a hit on your shopping rate, but then you see it on the top shelf, then you got to get somebody to get it down just to protect your shopping rate. That's just crazy. Because there's a sign up there that says, if you have something up here on the shelves, you must get an associate for. So, yeah, you got to. The thing is to track one down. That's the challenge. So all I got to do is just turn down here and then I'll be going. Yep, sitting here, I just got a message, rain starting in like 2 to 3 hours. Well, I won't be we'll be signing off in about 30 minutes here. Let's see, what's in their grocery order? I guess they're having some kind of fish specialty or something. They got there was a little thing of salmon, some mayonnaise, some seaweed, and some rice. So I don't know what they're having. But I mean, I know you needed all 4 of those things together to make something, so I don't know what it was. Some kind of seafood thing. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, seafood's good, especially salmon. But I know there's a lot of people that don't like fish. But there are those also that don't eat anything but fish. So, you know, to each their own. But I mean, that was the good thing about it, was all, you know, 3 of those orders were in the same, 3 of their items were in the same aisle, and I just had to go to the meat section to get the other. So that wasn't that bad a shopping order. I mean, it seemed like I was gone longer. I just had to get somebody to get that from the top shelf. That's why it took long, because I had to hunt somebody down to do that. All right.
Drive north on North Vine Street, then bear right onto Walker Street. In a quarter mile, turn right onto Fair Avenue.
Sushi cravings, yeah. Well, this was cooked salmon though, so yeah. That's what this was. It was cooked, already cooked. So yeah, salmon, seaweed, some
turn right onto Fair Avenue.
Rice and some mayonnaise. So
in a quarter mile, turn left onto Frank Street.
So I'll be going to this here in the back way. Okay. Like I said, at least it wasn't that far, so that's a good thing.
Turn left onto Frank Street.
All right.
In 400 feet, turn right onto James Street.
Hey,
Turn
there's
right onto James Street.
there's Salty.
Then,
Welcome in,
300
Salty.
feet,
Yeah.
923 James Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the right.
Yep. 70, Lex. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, Salty. I've had it's been quite a stream.
923 James Street, Shelbyville, Indiana
All right, so this one
46176.
here, or is it the next
USA
one?
is on the right.
Yeah, it's the next one. I thought so. Oh. Yep, right here. Okay. Well, they're just going to have to wait. I'm sorry. All right. I'll be right back. All right, we're at $84 right now. So, yep. So we still got 30 minutes left on the clock, so maybe we can make 100. I'm hoping so. I would need $16 in the next 30 minutes to do that. But like I said, I mean, with Uber, you just don't know. You know, I've done a few Ubers today, so maybe get another dirty stack. We've already had 2, so. I just don't know when this is going to resume. It could resume tonight, maybe, but my family's coming over, so. Oh, you're going to wait? Okay, well, you'll have to wait till I turn out. Okay. Yeah, I started at 6 with like a 40-minute break because I had to drive from 2 different zones. So, yeah, that's basically what it was. You know, that's why I'm going to 1 o'clock. After 1, then, you know, that's that's considered 6 hours. So, and I have 2 hours of a dinner shift to do. Yeah. All right. You know, Miss Salty has to prepare for another family member. So, yeah. And then you got the sleepless nights and things like that to prepare for. Yeah, actually with my daughter, yeah, I remember all about that. Yeah. I know all about that. Let me tell you, those nights can be rough. But when you bring a new bundle of joy in the world, it just changes everything, because you want better for who you bring into the world. You want them to have a better life than you. Because that's what I've always wanted for my daughter. That's what I've always wanted for my grandson. For them to have better lives than I did. And it'd be so great to see them today. It really will. I just hope I can get a good picture of the three of us. You know, $84 is, you know, especially if they need anything in the next 25 minutes, that's gonna kind of put them behind the 8 ball. They're gonna be hoping not to get anywhere near last place. Because they still have to get 43 to catch up to Michigan. They don't want to have to get that in 2 hours. But yeah, usually on Sundays I seem to do a little better than this, and I mean, I've had to use Uber today to even, you know, get $20 from them just to even, you know, make a good addition on DoorDash. I mean, I had 31, you know, before I came here to Shelbyville, and I got 33 just on DoorDash and 20 on Uber. So, yeah. By the way, I looked at it, you know, it did say, you know, so you received a 15-cent tip. Oh boy. Yeah, I got the message that said that you received a 15-cent tip. Because all the rest of that was base pay from Uber. Yeah, a co-worker of mine from a different crew, you know, only thought I was worth 15 cents to deliver, you know, to deliver some Mexican food to him. It's not like I'm really wanting to complain or anything about that, guys. I mean, it's just that, you know, it's the concept. If you're going to order that much food and you want someone to, you know, to deliver it to you, I mean, I think you can do a little bit better than 15 cents. I mean, I think you could at least give $1, you know, because you're paying the person to go to the store and pick it up for you and drive it there. You know, using gas to pick it up, using gas to take it over there. So, and you make the money over there that, you know, that we make, you know, 15 cents just, you know, you have to, Uber had to add $2 to the base pay just to get somebody to deliver it. It's pretty sad. Probably the post-Christmas crunches on people's wallet. Yeah, probably. That's why they say January is so slow. Because not only are, you know, is, you know, their wallets, you know, from Christmas and all that, yeah, January can be that way too. But they say the January slowdown is also because everybody's getting ready, you know, to pay Uncle Sam their taxes. Everybody's getting ready for that. So, yeah, that's on their minds too. Because everybody says when January comes around, oh, well, I guess it's time for us to get our stuff and start figuring out our taxes and get that taken care of, because you don't want to wait until the last minute. There's so much that's changed this year as far as things like that is concerned. And okay, well, we'll just sit here and wait and see if we can get something else here. We got to add to this $84 because that's not really okay. Now, let me see something here. Okay, yeah, I did that. Okay, so how many orders have I had here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've had 9 orders on DoorDash. And then 4 on Uber. So yeah, I'm just checking that. I'm just checking to see if there's if I got any extra tips. I don't know if I did or not on Uber. I don't think I have. So let's see. All right, let's see here. All right, let's take a look. Okay, well, they want me to do it anyway. Okay. Okay. They say I need to charge up. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're $5, so by 2:30. Well, I'm only going to 1, so let's see. All right. Okay, let's see what we have here on Uber right now. Oh, we got an order for DoorDash. What do we got?
Drive north.
Okay, well, it's upside down. It's $4 for 5 miles. Okay, well, whatever. All right. All right. So I turn that off. All right, so going over to Denny's to pick up this order here. Yeah, So what would that do? That would be $88? Yeah, that'd be $88. Yep. $4, 5 miles. Terrible offer. But all orders accepted. That's just how it is. That's with all teams. But 88's a little better than 84. Yeah, I mean it is. But with the way the night dashes have been lately, I mean, who knows what'll happen. At least they might have a chance to get a tie if they can get some kind of good outing on one of these, because there's plenty of teams that they can tie right now, because there's still like 5 teams or something left to go. And then we got to do the dash offs, and then the playoffs start. Because then instead of 8 hours, it's 10 hours. So, and the good thing is too, with 2 minutes of sunlight added every single day, that, would certainly make it a little bit better in the evening time. It's bad when you lose 2 hours of sunlight, but it's better when you gain it. Okay. All right, let's go to Denny's. I'm anxious to see where this is going, too. 5 miles. But I do kind of need the acceptance rate. It does help the acceptance rate go up, and I'll definitely get better offers with a better acceptance rate. And also I need to get my completion rate better too, because my completion rate hit 95 today after that. Okay. All right. What was that? Oh, okay. But yeah, I get it. I mean, some people, they don't, Christmas did take a lot out of them. I mean, I get it. You spend time with your families and, you have Christmas parties, things like that. I get it. Nope, I didn't need to turn there. I was going to go straight. Yeah, because it's easier for me to get there this way. Because turning that corner is kind of hard. He was able to get up to his garage, and he said unload it there so he didn't have to carry the waters. Well, that's good. Yeah, there's some customers, like there was one time I had to carry some rocks, and it was, what was it? It was sand, I think. Yeah, heavy, it was sand that I had to carry, and I had to drive up to Fortville to take that from when I was dashing in Greenfield that one time. And they had some sand that I had to take up to, and they said that I could, back up my car to their garage, and I can just unload the sand from there without having to do that. That was good. I was glad, because that sand was 50 pounds, and they had 6 bags of it. That was 300 pounds of sand that I had to do that day. Okay, so we're going to park up here, and there we go. All right, all those parking spots up there are taken, so I got to park here. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Where are we going with this? All right. All right. Let's see where we're going. Oh, let's see. All right, where are we going? Well, of course. The main entrance is closed. Okay, it's going to the medical facility. All right. Wonderful. All right. So now they'll have specific, I have to go all the way up to a third floor. And the one thing about it is, too, what they say is that, the one thing that they say, on there, too, is like when you get up there and you have to walk up to the third floor, you'll get a message from DoorDash saying, are you having trouble finding the customer? And I say, well, I have to go up to the third floor. Yeah. See, is this a handed or no? It says leave it at the door. Well, if it was a handed to that person, then I probably would have just go ahead and put the timer on, and then that would stop that. Okay. Okay, to the medical facility we go.
Drive northeast on State Road 44, then take the Interstate 74 West Ramp. Continue for 3 miles.
Oh, man. Okay. That's part of the 5 miles right there. Well, I think this is the first time you've seen 74 today. Yeah, the first time I think I've been on it. Yeah. Well, going north. You saw the other going the other way because I had to deliver to, I had to go take the highway to get back so I could do that Jimmy John's order. Yeah. Okay. Slow down because this truck wants to get over. Come on, if you're gonna go, you better go now. DoorDash timeout. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like when you put it in pause, that it'll time out. And then you have to
in 1 mile,
yeah.
Take exit 113.
I hate when that happens. But if you're platinum, anybody can dash at any time now, but you have to look at it from, see if you're not tiered, then of course you're going to be waiting longer than everyone else. So
In a half mile, take exit 113
Springfield because that's where the medical facility is. All right.
Take exit 113. In a quarter mile, turn right onto North Riley Highway. Right onto North Riley Highway, State
When you
Route
get to
9.
the restaurant, it's not ready, so you have to wait. Yeah. Well, I did have to wait a little bit, but that's, it's all right, It's just crazy.
In a half mile, turn left onto Bassett Road.
Okay, I figured I was going to take that road. Yeah. Yeah, that's the bad part of it is, and I did have to wait in here a little bit, but I mean, it is what it is, it's, and anymore, like I said, you hate to wait 10 minutes, before you can unassign it without a penalty. That's what I don't like about that. I mean, I wish that you could just unassign it anytime and not take a penalty, especially if you have to wait. I hate that you have to wait at least 10 minutes. That's the part that just drives you absolutely nuts. That's the part that just is crazy. I just don't like that.
Turn left onto Bassett Road.
All right. All right, now, which side's going to be open? That's the question. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to park like in between. So if one door is closed, then I can walk and come back to the other door. And, that way I'm not walking from one side to another, back and forth.
Turn left onto Intelliplex Drive.
Okay.
In 800 feet, turn right. Turn right. Then, in 200 feet, turn right.
Okay, well, it's telling me to park here anyway, so all right.
Turn right. Then 2451 Intelliplex Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA will be on the right. Drive west. Then, in 400
I guess I'll
feet,
just park like right
right
over here. All right. Because they want me to go to that other entrance, so I guess I'll do that. All right. I'll drop this off and I'll be right back, and that will end the dash because it's 1 o'clock. So, okay. Be right back, guys. All right, had to go all the way up to the 3rd floor, but that's okay. Hey, Vicky, welcome in. Yep. All right. Well, that ended the dash there at $88 with a couple hours to go. So they got their work cut out for them. They definitely have their work cut out for them. So yeah, for a Sunday, that's kind of rough. Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for them in the 2 hours that they got to do. But of course, nights have been, nights have been crazy lately. So you just never know. You just never know anymore. But it could have been a little bit better dash than it was. But even so, still, it wasn't horrible. I mean, I've seen worse, and I'm just grateful to have the $88 I got, because it's $88 I didn't have at the start of the day. So that's how I gotta look at it. And had it not been for Uber, it would have been less than that. So yeah, Uber's been a pretty big game changer. I don't ever go down this way, but this does take me to the light, I think. Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah. Well, to summarize that dash, I mean, it was, I had $20 on Uber, and then $64 on DoorDash to make a total of $88. So I had 20. I had $68 on DoorDash, and as I had 37 on DoorDash to make that. Okay, hold on, guys. I'll be right. All right, sorry about that, guys. I had to, I had to take the call real quick, and all right, sorry about that, guys. I had to, I had to take the call real quick, and yeah, I'm about to sign off here in a few minutes anyway, because I got to get ready for my daughter and grandson to, to be there. So as soon as I get to where I need to be, then I'll go ahead and do that. So, but anyway, I was saying to summarize the dash. It was kind of like this. It was a $84. We did have one technical earlier today, and I just checked my ratings out, and I did get one of those completion points back. So I was at 95 earlier, and I'm back to 96 because I completed some some dashes. So that kind of helped a little bit, because I was right on the borderline there, because I had to take a shopping order that that I was going to have to refund, that was missing 3 items. So yeah, and I couldn't do that. So you say, thank you very much, Vicky, appreciate it. Is you're just ready to eat, then heading out to work? Okay, yeah, about to go do that. And yeah, so I do get paid this week from my job. So like I said, I'll be taking care of some of those payouts this coming week. Just remember that it's in the order in which they were won. So it'll get to you when because I have you all on the list on the times that you all won. So it'll be according to the list. So everybody will get it done within the next couple of weeks, because this week coming up too, I've got 2 days that I get paid for not working. So either one of these checks that I've got coming, you guys will be taken care of. So just keep that in mind. So we'll have everybody caught up. We got two dirty stack drawings. Whenever I finish this dash, if it'll be if it'll be tonight, I highly doubt it, because my daughter and grandson will be around. So probably be tomorrow. Yeah, and then. So I don't know how long it'll be. If not, then it'll probably be Could be Wednesday of next week for the end of the year. I don't know. We'll see what it's, because really the end of the year dash is one that I wanted to do that was live stream only, and was going to be deleted at the end because it's importance. But anyway, because we want to say goodbye to a year. For some people that was good, because it was a year that was called I'm Still Standing, because some people, their lives improved, others the opposite. So but anyway, with this upcoming year, all I did today was just get everybody to to think and prepare for what might be beyond the horizon, and just prepare for it, because you don't want to go into a year unprepared and the unexpected happens that you least expected at a time that you didn't expect it. And especially with weather and other things, that was one of my biggest concerns. I just want everyone to be prepared for next year. I just do, because I think it's essential. Get with your families, get reconcile with those that you need to be reconciled with, if there is such a thing. It doesn't have to be just spouses, it can be any family members, it doesn't matter, or even friends that might have hurt you, stuff like that. It's just essential. This is a unite. Thank you, Indy. Like I said, this was a Sunday, and USC's got their work cut out for them. So it's in 2 hours. Unless an absolute miracle happens, I don't know if they're going to get $100. See, they need $100. What is it? They need $107, don't they? Yeah, that's going to be awfully hard. Yeah. Yeah. But other than that, it was an okay day. I just thought I would get over 100, but I didn't. So, but it's just one of those days. And yes, it's the end of the holidays. I get it. But I just know there are those that I think they could have done a little better tipping wise. But like I said, it is what it is. So, okay. I think I better go this way, because I know some of these people. All right. Yeah, there's a park. You got to force yourself to get up tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those typical Mondays, manic Mondays. Yeah, whatever it is. I got to go back to work tomorrow. So, my W-2. So, yeah, it'll be kind of that way for me. But at least I'll have New Year's Eve and New Year's Day off, and I will be getting paid for those days, even though I don't work, so that's a good thing. All right, I guess I'll just park down here. Yeah, it's about the only places you really can park. Okay. All right, guys. Well, thank you all for coming today and listening to my Eye of the Tiger. It said I'll probably be doing this again. I'll be back again this Wednesday for a special live. So, so stay tuned for that. So until then, as I always say, I will see you in the future. And remember, we're all in this together.